Welcome to the show, BALLBUSTERS Special Edition. We're going to fricassee an Aether Priest. Actually, he fricasseed himself. As usual, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. If the presentation looks different, the sound is different, there's a reason for that. I've had some major technical difficulties over the past 2 hours, and we've cobbled this together. I had major help from the distinguished Nathan Oakley, and I just wanted to preface it with that. So without further ado, let's see who we got in this hangout. Do we have the distinguished Nathan Oakley in here? Yeah, maybe.
You should do. Good to be here. Technically, I'm the co-host. You're going to be vigilant with your mute, though, so you'll have to mute when we're talking QE internally, which is going to be a bit of a pain in the bum, but there we go. So, but that's okay, because I will help you out. Technically speaking, I'm the co-host on this show, so I've got to do a bit more, but I'm not running it. So hopefully it will go smoothly. We've also got Adam. How you doing, Adam? Passing the book to you.
Yeah, evening everyone. I had a little listen there, QE. Sounds fine coming through YouTube. Can hear you clear, so
Thank you, sir.
I'll pass the book. Chocolate. Evening. How you doing, bro?
I told you to go on mute during the presentation, not before the presentation. Thank you. Chocolate, are you there?
What sorry?
Oh, brother.
Did you just say my name? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. I got people at work talking to me. Always with the worst timing. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Chocolate. Good to have you. Just a reminder for the people in the panel who are on the show, this is called the introductions section of the show, just so we're all clear. My apologies to the audience. We've also got Neil, who will hopefully come off mute respectively and say hello. Good to have you, Neil.
Hi, everybody. Now I'm going on mute.
We told you to stay
What
on mute.
did I tell you?
And that's a winner. That's a winner.
No, he said for the introductions. I'm just saying hello. Now I'm going on mute.
Neil was even talking to me through Skype to try and win that bet. Classic.
We've also got Eli. Hello, Eli. Good to have you. I wasn't wrong earlier. I wasn't wrong. I said he was being something. Well, I wasn't wrong.
Wait a minute. I'm super confused. Am I supposed to come off mute or not? I just heard you rip Neil's ass.
Try it one more time. Introduction section of the show. However, you weren't here for the scolding that Arwin and Neil got from a very stressed out quantum eraser before the show to make sure that they're vigilant on the mute button during the presentation. There you go. Did it for you, John. This is going brilliantly. We've also got John, refracted curvature. Hello, John.
I am so scared to say anything right now.
Well, you're probably not going to be encouraged. That wasn't a great segue to me to suggest that literally in the interim between Quantum Eraser last talking to us as a panel and the introduction for the show going out to a live audience, John was telling us, that's refracted curvature, was telling us about a fantastic idea he has that basically is, I think I'm going to call it a unified theory of everything. And I'm hoping John will, the other John, Quantum Eraser, will beg refracted curvature's indulgence just for maybe a couple of minutes, just so we can, you know, hear without objections being intertwined.
I will acquiesce to your request, as you are a partner here on BALLBUSTERS. So carry on, my good sir.
So, John, can you tell us about this? I don't want to use any words that I've already just heard because I just want it all to come from you originally. So just take the lead from me. Go ahead. Tell us all about your new idea. Refracted curvature.
Oh, brother.
Hello? John!
This could be being done for dramatic effect or humorous effect, I should say. Well, in any event, we've got a fantastic presentation lined up for you. It's going to be specifically on the ether. Go ahead, Adam.
Hey, don't I get an introduction?
We did introduce you.
You did? When?
You were the first one to be introduced.
Oh, I forgot.
Do it again. Just do it again.
Can we have a do-over? Just stop this live show, pretend it was recorded, delete it like it never happened.
We're supposed to go round the room like a Mexican wave, that, and failed miserably. Owen, good evening.
Hello, hello. Good evening.
Good
I'm
evening,
really curious
Eli.
to hear this ultimate proof of for or against ether.
John dropped, so he's obviously got technical issues that are beyond our control. But yes, we are going to get to a presentation on ether.
Technical issues, what's that?
Nothing we can't cope with about an hour of arguing amongst ourselves.
It was a painful process, wasn't it, Nathan? And I admit, I wasn't prepared for the depth of the technical difficulties. I'm not the greatest at the technical things, behind the scene things, because I really just don't understand the mechanisms. So I get frustrated really easily, and I apologize if I did that. Will you accept that apology?
There's no need for any apologies here. We are all friends. What I do want to hear is John, Refracted Curvature, hopefully saying hello first. Hello, John.
Hello. Sorry, I had some trouble with my phone.
Can you tell us, can you fill us in on your exciting idea that you had that you were filling us in while the intro was going out?
Well, it's basically a non-physical background structure, not a liquid per se, but more of a solid structure made up of pixels in which all things exist. And I was thinking about calling it Rethia.
So, in other words, where ether has the overriding problem of not being able to qualify a single impact on a photographic plate with a derivation of a probability distribution, which is later going to be described as a wave function and then wavelength, you're saying that this pixel background that's not water per se, but actually a solid background, that would be non-physical though, right? Non-physical solid.
Right. It is a logical framework from which we can go to investigate these phenomena through.
Logically, naturally, I assumed it would be a logical framework as opposed to a physical, solid, physical medium background that's pixelated. That makes perfect sense. I'm sold.
What? Pixelated, you say? What
Yeah.
does that mean?
It's just a framework, Owen. You didn't listen. It's a framework.
So, but what type of
Arwen.
framework? A matrix? Are you
Arwen.
talking about a matrix? Because a
Arwen.
matrix definitely has like
Arwen, my
pixelated.
guy, I can't make this any simpler. Okay, my guy. It is a logical framework to investigate phenomena. That's all it is. And it's a solid,
well-
non-physical background. made up
That
of
sounds
pixels.
actually as a really good description of the aberration of the ether, right? It's a collection of really interesting little phenomena that really have nothing to do with each other. Just like all these things have been tied in together with gravity. But yeah, that's it. That's my statement. It's incoherent. It doesn't actually connect. But it's really interesting collection of little factoids and all that.
So you don't believe me? No.
Well, I mean, I'm following what you're trying to conceptualize, but whether that will actually result in some kind of cohesive end result, that's another matter. I mean, ether is already troublesome enough as it is, and that's like a 100-year-old aberration.
I think you're just stealing ideas from Albert Einstein again. What is a toe? The theory of everything. It's a hypothetical framework explaining all known physical phenomena in the universe. Researchers have searched it for a model ever since the development of quantum mechanics and Einstein's theory of relativity. Just nicking someone else's work there, I think, refracted.
Well, I did have some input from Albert Einstein into it,
Of course you did.
of course, got to work with the greats.
You always knew how to twist the big things, right? Just conjure up some new way of looking at it, even though it's all conceptual, and then just like twist things. And oh, look, now look at my conceptual solution. Oh, isn't that convenient? That's
Well,
what
yeah,
Einstein
no.
did. He was just a provider of conceptual contemporary solutions, mostly through math.
No, well, it's conceptual and opinion based, but it's simultaneously scientifically validated. So, clearly you don't understand the science of, what was it called again, John?
Pixel theory. Got to put theory in there.
Right. Have you never heard of the
Pixie theory?
photoelectric effect, Darwin? The science.
Sounds
Right.
more like pixie theory to me.
No. See, the light interacts with the pixels and releases electrons.
But what's a pixel?
Background framework to the existence of everything. This has just been explained to you. You're just not listening. I think it's just
Okay, so
not really-
pixel is another word for ether then.
no. Totally different. Different
But
words.
it's a summarization of like a background conceptual framework. That sounds exactly like ether as the fallback position every time you inquire, right? So
You could say it sounds like gravity, but it isn't.
yeah, you could probably draw gravity into it as well. As it basically follows the same pattern. It's an aberration as well.
I think this off the cuff back and forth has probably drawn its natural course. So hopefully we've bought enough time for QE to have his presentations and his little I buttons ready to press.
Thank the Lord, I've been waiting and I've been ready for the past 2 weeks. So, please, would everyone go on mute for us? Sorry to be curt. Thank you very much. Like I said, I've been holding on to this for a couple weeks, and I just got fed up. FED, fed up. Now, as you all know, I've been saying this statement for many, many years. Here it is. Just let them speak, and everything that flows out of their incoherent pie hole will indict them. Paraphrasing, something to that effect. So I'm not actually fricasseeing this Fruit Loop. He fricasseed himself. So what we're going to do is, so people don't say, ad hominem, all you do is call names, la, 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 with this childish horse shit. We're going to go through the words that came out of his incoherent pie hole specifically, in detail, right in front of your face, and you make the decision. How about that? It's going to be an easy decision. It seems like people were Jedi mind tricked by this claim of IQ and wasn't listening to the words out of this dipshit's mouth, right? It appears, wait till you see this. Now, when we get to the first one, right after the first one, when you see it, I can stop. I can prosecution rest after the first statement. You're going to see why, but I won't. What I'm going to do is I had to change plans because of technical difficulties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the whole presentation. I wasn't going to do it rapid fire. I'll go at a pace that's commensurate with everyone's uptake, hopefully. And then what we're going to do after that is we're going to go back to the beginning and we're going to get everyone else's take. That's exactly what we're going to do. All right? So everyone paying attention, not talking about different things in chat, right? Because I can't look at chat right now. I don't really care about it anyway. But try and pay attention, right? Get the Adderall out. Get the drip. Get the central line going. It just could be a drip at this point. Okay? And you'll be able to get this. If you can't, then I don't know. You got bigger problems than whether the earth is flat or a sphere or not. So the first one. Now, this is the main argument right out of the gate that we had from Shitsit. Oh, by the way, I didn't come up with this name. The originator is Neil. Unbeknownst to me, hours before that I did come up with it on my own, because all I found was him making shit up as he went on. So I got to give credit where credit is due. Neil termed him. All right. So everyone that has a problem with the name, get with Neil. So Shitsit. Now I'm going to back up this. This isn't just a name calling, your little ad hominem, like I said before. I'm going to show you how he shits it, because that's what happens. Well, we don't know the answer. Let's call Austin. He'll shits it for us. You're going to see that in spades over and over again here today. But I digress. So, right from the beginning, on FED 1702, this was the argument, the main argument that he let out with, all right, that was problematic for us. Let's listen to it. Shits it. We have electromagnetic waves. That's light in a vacuum. Oh, by the way, when you see these brackets in here, just so you know, whenever you see brackets in citations, that's not from the person that's speaking. That's from the person that's citing it and adding his emphasis. But I digress. We have electromagnetic waves, light in a vacuum. We can show, and it either has a medium ether, and it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim. Now, I didn't make that up. You can go back and listen to it, 1702. That was the main argument. 10 days later, light is not a particle or a wave. What? What? It's already there, the medium ether. It doesn't need a wave to move through it. The prosecution rests. 10 days later, ladies and gentlemen. This is a double-speaking pretender clown retard. What in the fuck? Your entire argument, right out of the gate argument, shits it, then dragged along by you for more than 4 fucking hours, is that we need a medium ether for electromagnetic waves to travel through. Hence the ether. That was your whole argument. It was your crowning achievement. You double-speaking dipshit. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been listening to arguments for 13 years by absolute knuckle-dragging crayon munchers. I started out with Evotards for years and years. I would have to say that I never experienced, even with that dumb shittery, that they'd train wreck themselves immediately with a contradiction. I never witnessed it. Through all that dumb shit, never witnessed it once. This is the dumbest fuckwit jackass faceplant performance I've ever witnessed. Just with this. Just this one. You tell me. What, am I being the bad guy here? What the fuck? He just contradicted himself. Blatantly. And then we get Witsich. No one understands this better than me. I'm smarter than you, Oakley. We're going to touch on this later on in the presentation. It's going to be quite illuminating. Oh, and by the way, shits it, my cat's fucking litter box is smarter than you. Shits it, 60. I took 100 points off you. By the end of the presentation, most of the people are going to take that away from you. It's hovering in single digits. By your own words. Nothing made up. I didn't conjure this. This is all taped. Next. Now this is the actual argument. Well, I thought the actual argument was the first argument. We have a lot of actual arguments here, I suppose. Right? Clown fuck. The actual argument that seems to be avoided, again, my comment, yeah, right, is atomism is a model, so you got photons and electrons. This is a philosophical model that's not actually scientifically proven. The main critique of ether is it's not science. Oh, by the way, that's not the main critique. We're going to get to that in a minute. Another idiot non sequitur fallacy juxtaposition. That's all he spits out. A, philosophical model. Ladies and gentlemen, no such phrase exists. I.e., this is Elmer Fudd sophistry. It's conjured like the ether. B, photons and electrons are not atoms. Shaking my fucking head. C, discovering atoms or atomic structure is inherently not science because natural science only adjudicates natural how and why, cause and effect suppositions. Atoms are a what is existence inquiry. The existence of trees, leaves, water, rocks, flamingos, consciousness aren't science either, but they can be shown or demonstrated or both to exist directly by an incoherent second grader. So show, demonstrate fairy tale ether directly. Right? You can't. You never will. But you'll Elmer Fudd sophist your way around. What's a photon? What's a dead electron? Fucking clown. Apparently, the Mr. Magoo tactic is to rapid-fire fallacious juxtaposition belly laugher category errors and say, see, they're the same. See, look. Idiot. Back to the main critique of ether, you straw man knucklehead, is that it can't be shown or demonstrated to exist. Not that it's not science, it's inherently not science. When we ask you what is ether, that's not science. Inherently, already. By the way, you'd fail 5th grade general science and a 60-level basic reasoning course. Just as a topper. This is unbelievable. Shits it. I don't agree with people making claims about ether and exactly what it is and even the name. A, if you can't define what something actually is, even the name, for goodness sakes, then how in the great googly moogly can you even attempt to prove its existence? Por favor. Next block of instruction. How to sit down. Then point at a fucking horse. So, and this is the belly laugher of it. B, so you don't agree with people making claims about ether, but that's exactly what you've been doing nonstop for the past month. Hello, McFly. My word. What a dumb fuck. Shits it. If you have something propagating, something has to sustain the propagation. I got a good idea. Let's try and define terms here. So, from study.com, in physics, wave propagation. Now we're in total context now. Wave propagation is a term used to describe the way waves travel or move. Without wave propagation, phenomena involving waves, sound, and light will not be possible. So we're right in it, right? Right in your context. So propagation equals travel. You see how I got there? Maybe I need somebody to come in and explain this to me and translate it so I can get the true meaning of this sentence. Fucking idiot. So, taking that into account, right? Travel, you're seeing all this travel, right? There's a series of statements from Shitsit. Let's try to take this in. I'm going to go slower than lasses in wintertime. Shitsit. If you have a vacuum chamber and you have all kinds of electromagnetic fluctuations, love the attention to detail here, OCD-like, that you can measure and detect within that, what's the energy traveling through? That's his statement. Shitsit's next statement. If you have an electromagnetic wave, what does it propagate? That means travel through. Shitsit. So what does the electromagnetic waves propagate? That is travel through. You guys are getting the picture. Now he's just going to tell you. So Michelson-Morley, for example, notice they don't say experiment anymore. Isn't it funny that they don't do that anymore? Huh. So he offers this as proof. So Michelson-Morley, for example, we had lights go in different directions. How can you go in different directions without traveling? That's one. So of course, Nathan stopped them, right? So stop. What was the phenomena studied in this highly scientific parlor trick? Retort, response from Shitsit? The difference in the travel of light. So he come on and say it. That's the issue. The difference in the travel of light. He's got a problem with it, right? He said it a number of times. This is just the amount of times that I caught, right? It was probably much more than this. So according to Witsit, we have electromagnetic waves, that's light, traveling. Then he confirms, I can shoot a laser through a vacuum and it gets to the other side. Well, there you go. I mean, there's not too much confusion here, is there? Right? To get to the other side, it's going to have to travel. He even said travel of light. So a laser is a light, according to you. Electromagnetic waves, the same as you said here above. And we just went through it. So according to you, electromagnetic waves, I know you guys already got this. I just want to stress it because I know people have problems focusing. So I want to bring it back to the main point. So according to you, Shitsit, electromagnetic waves are electromagnetic fluctuations that equals light. And these waves, which are light, are traveling. So according to you, light is a wave and it's traveling. I have to break it down this far so numpties will understand it. So I'm going to roll some beautiful bean footage. Listen closely. Witsit, Flat Earth Debate, 1702.
I'm asking you why you're peddling this stupid shit.
My point is pretty simple. Right. So it's simple, right? So Michelson-Morley, for example, we had lights go different directions, and one of the
Couldn't care less. This is a parlor trick. Stop. Stop. Do you give a crap about this parlor trick?
Okay, well, that's why relativity was created.
Sorry, are you telling me you're going around peddling this crap to this community based on a fucking parlor trick?
No, it's based on antecedent relationship. Like,
Sorry,
it's just
what was the
logical
phenomena
framework,
studied in this highly scientific parlor trick? What was the phenomena studied?
The difference in travel of light. The difference in travel of light. The difference in travel of light.
10 days later.
No, you're presupposing that light's traveling from point A to point B.
I'm not.
The difference in travel of light.
All spectrums of light is not visible. You're presupposing it travels from point A to point B. You're now detaching yourself for the implications of your claim.
The difference in travel of light. Basically, if you have a vacuum chamber, which it does still have some molecules in it, right? But you have all kinds of electromagnetic fluctuations that you can measure and detect within that. And so it's like, what's the energy traveling through?
Okay, so in the etheric framework, the light is.
Can I say
you're not
something?
gonna let me it's already there. So it's a physical interaction of a disturbance in the medium, and you're perceiving the illumination. Now, in the atomistic interpretation, it's physically traveling from point A to point B.
And so it's like, what's the energy traveling through?
No, there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. What the light is already there.
And so it's like, what's the energy traveling through?
In the atomistic interpretation, it's physically traveling from point A to point B.
The difference in travel of light.
In the atomistic interpretation, it's physically traveling from point A to point B.
The difference in travel of light.
OMG! He was the one that was talking about the traveling of light. And then repurposed his horseshit, contradicting himself, and then telling Nathan that it was Nathan's claim. Well, what on earth? So the main purpose of your fairy tale ether argument What is the electromagnetic wave propagating? That's light traveling through. Then used Michelson-Morley for the final mystery, the difference in the travel of light, which is then debunked by you 10 days later by saying there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. How can you have something traveling and not traveling? Shits it. You're just a double-speaking pretender clown retard. That's all you are. You're busted. It's over for you. You'll never recover just from this. Not speaking to the items above. Double-speaking dipshittery by a fanatically religious doofus dunce. Perhaps? I would say. You're not going to talk yourself out of this, numpty dipshit. You're finished. It gets worse. Wits it, shits it. Waves are things, they're just types of movement. Yeah. Does movement involve traveling? You double-speaking fucking clown? Yep, right from the definition. In physics, wave propagation is a term used to describe the way waves travel or move. Move is movement. Unbelievable. This is just batshit insane. Shits at 60. Aether doesn't claim that light has a speed. Really? This is a reification. It's a pathetic fallacy. I suppose Aether has vocal cords, aerobic respiration, lips, a tongue, and the sentience and intelligence to reason and make claims. Right? What's it? It's a pathetic fallacy. You're attributing human traits and characteristics to inanimate objects. It's stupid when you hear it. Oh, by the way, you unwittingly must claim that light has a speed because it has a frequency and is traveling. Hello, McFly. You claimed light is a wave, electromagnetic wave, and is traveling. See directly above, numerous times. Frequency, classically, refers to the number of waves that pass a fixed point in a unit of time. Yeah, that's speed. Then you head first faceplant into the drained cement pond with rate of induction. Well, what does rate mean? From Dictionary Cambridge, rate, the speed. Shockingly. From Britannica, rate, the speed. So, Aether believers, what's the speed of light? Kablooey, clowns. My word. Oh, this is hilarious. Shits at 60. The point is simple, right? You can either ignore the question, yeah, right, or you can address it. So obviously the retort was, what's the question? His question, what sustains the electromagnetism? I'll tell you, electric current. Duh. And when you shut it off, shits it, the magnetism goes bye-bye now. This booger eater doesn't know what magnetism or electromagnetism is. We're going to get it more into this through the presentation. You're going to see it. From the key difference between the two, see, there's a difference already between the two. It should have given the game away when they said magnetism and electromagnetism, like they're two different words. They probably mean a couple of different things. You would think. I'm just spitballing. The key difference between the two is that magnetism refers to the phenomena associated with magnetic fields or magnetic forces. Whereas, see, whenever you see this term in a compare and contrast, something different's coming at you. Whereas the term electromagnetism is the type of magnetism produced by the electric current and is associated with both magnetic fields and electric fields. Unbelievable. How stuff works, science, how stuff works. Before we go too much further, we should discuss how electromagnetics differ from your run-of-the-mill permanent magnets, like the ones holding your popsicle art to the fridge. As you know, magnets have two poles, north and south, and attract things made of steel, iron, la, 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 la. We're going to get down to the really important part right here. An electromagnet is the same way, except it is temporary. The magnetic field only exists when electric current is flowing. Unfrigging believable. Just hold off on that, but we're going to get back to this. He's going to train wreck himself in a major way. The $6 million man's going to blush. Oh, here's another one. Shit's at 60. There's vacuum energy. Obvious retort. What's vacuum energy? Shit's it. Answer. Vacuum, colloquially, of course. That's his magic word. He's got 3 of them. We'll get to that. Colloquially, of course, there's no such thing. What? There's no such thing as vacuum in nature, colloquially or otherwise, booger eater. Therefore, you just basically said no such thing energy. Vacuum energy. It's right here. It's right there, right in front of your face. That's what you said. I mean, seriously, you said that. You even admitted to it. Key learning objective. Whenever this double-speaking dipshit is getting ready to change the meaning of words, it will always be prefaced by colloquially, quote, or unquote, and semantics. So just get ready. Whenever you hear that, whenever you're speaking to them, whenever you hear those, you're getting screwed in the next 5 seconds. Clown. Shit's at 60. So photons and electrons are not science. Well, correct. The existence of something is a what is inquiry. The scientific method only adjudicates natural cause and effect, how why suppositions. Of course, just because an inquiry is not scientific, it doesn't preclude the trueness and or demonstration thereof. It all depends on the question you're asking. Duh. So, shit's at 60. So photons and electrons are not science, so you're talking about philosophy. So you've only got 2 choices here, folks. You've only got, it's either science or philosophy. Does that make any damn sense? So, the existence of trees, leaves, waters, rocks, flamingos, consciousness, etc., aren't science either. Therefore, according to your dumbass, they must be philosophy. Right? It directly follows from your dumbass statement above, right? What a fucking clown. You're a clown. Why should I even do this? A fucking incoherent second grader could have called you out with this bullshit. And you think you're a fucking intellectual? Like I said, my cat litter box is fucking smarter than your dumb ass. And I'm proving it in spades. It's just not vague, ambiguous claims or ad hominems. I'm supporting that shit. Here comes another one. The double slit experiment is not an experiment. It has a man-made device. How long ago have we been dealing with this? I thought we nipped this in the bud like 5 years ago. I digress. Hey, which double slit experiment? There, booger eater? There are literally thousands of alleged double slit experiments. How about some of that specificity that you always request? Huh? And shit's it, for goodness sakes. All experiments have man-made devices in them. It's the natural phenomena, i.e. dependent variable, that must be natural. Duh. The equipment used in the experiment has absolutely nothing fuck all to do with whether the hypothesis, then experiment, is scientifically valid or not. So fuck all to do with it. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. You pretender clown, double-speaking, numpty dipshit. By the way, you'd fail 5th grade general science again. You see that? I supported it. By the words coming out of your incoherent pie hole. I didn't really have to do anything, just let you speak. Right? Oh, there's more. Now we have the actual argument. I thought we had the actual argument 2 times before. So we have 3 actual arguments up to this point? Yeah? Fuck. Shits at 60. The actual argument is we have only two viable, potentially viable. He train wrecks himself already. It's either too viable or not too viable. Not potentially. You can't be potentially pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. I digress. The actual argument is we have only two viable, potentially viable, fucking clown, frameworks that have been offered for interpretation. Atomism, which he's trying to say materialism, and the ether, immaterialism. Really? Interpretation of what, pray tell? This thing right here. This dangling fucking numpty dipshit over here. What interpretation? Be specific. Well, you're not going to be able to say anything after this presentation is over. It's rhetorical. B, ipse dixit. Folks, that means he himself said. That means he just declares. So your ipse dixit, baseless bare assertion fallacy times 2, ether, and that it's immaterial, results in an overall false dichotomy fallacy. I'll deal with that down here below. Number 1, who offered the false dichotomy fallacy? Shits it. You see this little word up here? Who offered it? You? We already proved that you're a double-speaking, numpty, dipshit, pretender clown. Who gives a shit what you offer? Number 2, how about if I, ipse dixit, offered 2 frameworks? How about mine? Atomism, materialism, and ducal slopelgerts, immaterialism. What about that? They're on equal ground, right? Fucking idiot. Did you know if the premise, that is the foundation of your argument, is fallacious, it immediately renders your entire argument, that is everything that follows it, void, dumbass. That's why they stop you. That's why you get interrupted, because you lead out with fucking dumbass fallacies. That's why. So we don't want to listen to everything that comes after it. It's a waste of our time and everyone that's listening time. You get it? Yeah, but you can appeal to it like a Nancy. Oh, they're muting me. No, we're stopping your horse shit in its tracks, and we want to clear things up. C, when we're talking about people's ideology, oh, this is going to be great. When we're talking about people's ideologies, are your offerings up here mutually exclusive? That's the question, because you're giving us 2 choices, right? They must be mutually exclusive. You can't get around it. Right? Are these mutually exclusive? You have to ask yourself this. Not you. You'll be asking yourself what transmission fluid is or something. I'm talking about the knuckle draggers out there that can understand this. So can someone acknowledge that the material world exists? Oh, well, duh. Yet still know with absolute certainty that the immaterial or supernatural exists? That's the question. If the answer to that question is yes, you're screwed. It's all over for you with your numpty dipshittery here. But I'm going to put it to you. Are you saying that you're not a materialist, shitsit? What are you made of? Material or immaterial? Shitsit. What did you sleep on last night? Material or immaterial? What did you stand on when you got up? Material or immaterial? Shitsit. You see, this is really that snowball running down the mountain, just clubbing your dumb ass to death. What did you put on your clothes when you rolled out of bed? Were those material or immaterial? When you use the bathroom, are the toilet, toilet paper, toothbrush, toothpaste, sink, faucet, and water, were they material or immaterial? Is the food you prepared and ate for breakfast material or ether? Shitsit. How about the toaster? If you answered material to any question above, I sure hope it's all of them, by the way. We could never tell with you. Aren't you then ipso facto a materialist in accordance with your dumb fuck false dichotomy fallacy up here? Huh? Clown show. What a dumb fuck. So, the feeble dumb fuck painting of the evil FED panel members as materialist in your false dichotomy ether fallacy is a non sequitur category area, isn't it? I just systematically showed it. And by the way, E, just because you ipsy-dixit declare ether and ether is immaterial doesn't make it so. It's akin to a materialist claiming turkey squirrels exist. Rationale? Turkey squirrels are material, therefore they must exist. You also said when you have a vacuum chamber, which does still have molecules in what's it? What are molecules made of? Atoms, perhaps? Unbelievable. This is classic. Dunning-Kruger, numpty dipshit, just making shit up on the spot. Because that's all he can do. And he thinks he can Elmer Fudd sophistry his way out of it every time. He actually thinks he can do it. He believes he's done it over and over again. Shit's at 60. You shoot a light at a double slit. They claim that a single photon enters two slits simultaneously and collides with itself. Wrong! From Professor Anton Zellinger, premier quantum physicist. Double slit experiment through the wormhole. We are not allowed to talk about the photon passing through this or this slit. Neither are we allowed to say the photon passes through both slits. All this kind of language is not applicable. So it begs the question, who are these they that you conjured up here? Who are these? I'd like to know who they are. Is it your 5-second wiki search they? Clown fuck. You're a bumbling buffoon. And we're not even in ether. We're in the double slit for some reason. I don't know. I come walking in. I'm trying to prove the existence of a banana, and I present to the court my debunking of transmission fluid. Makes perfect fucking sense. Shit, I could just leave this one up here all on its own. Shit's at 60. No one understands this better than me. This is going to be hilarious. Oh, it's been hilarious so far. It's going to get better. Or worse, depending on your position. You fuckwit. This is classic. This is a series of statements by Witsit. And then the middle ones, Nathan tried to stop him and correct him. Shit's it. You're under the impression that a single impact happens? You actually think that there's just one at a time? Now, after about 5 or 6 times of him doing this, Nathan finally gets control and states that there's an actual demonstration of this. And there's literally thousands in the foundation of hundreds of industries and technologies, by the way. But tells him that there's single photon impacts, a demonstration in the description box. And it's been under every single video for a really long fucking time. After he states that, here we go, shits it, there isn't a single photon impact. Okay, you don't actually shoot a single photon. Listen carefully, you don't actually isolate a single chunk of time. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. If this isn't willfully blind, fanatic, religious zealotry, can you show me what is? All anyone has to do is just go down in Nathan's description box and pull the video up. And you're finished! My God. Shit's at 60. Here's another classic thing he does. Electrical field theory, like the double slit theory of the physical photon. He tries to create this fantasy illusion juxtaposition so he can equate his horse shit with the horse shit he's just made up. Of course, it's all made up horse shit. Like I said, yet another in a long list of incoherent, fallacious juxtapositions from something you just made up. By the way, when I heard this, that's when shits it came to my mind. Because you just shits it. There's no double slit theory. Nothing like this has ever been stated or existed. Except by you. Like I said, so you conjure horseshit to somehow provide juxtapositional validity to your electrical field theory. That doesn't and never existed either. But you got around that, didn't you, during the presentation? The number of times that you said this little phrase right here. They're trying to get you, because they said theory? Theory? What's the observed natural phenomena? But you diverted away every single time. I caught on to that. That's pretty fucking funny. You think you got away with that? You're lucky I wasn't there. It would have been your ass right there. Well, it would have been your ass from the beginning. As soon as I heard that first statement. Light's neither a particle or a wave. Right? After you already clearly established your whole fucking argument was based on light being a wave, traveling through a medium, ether. Fucking clown. Listen to this. I wrote this as you said it. All these are taped, by the way. I took these word for word, verbatim. Shit's it. Atomism is a theoretical, not scientifically theory. Oy vey. Just grammatically. B, so atomism, what he's talking about, folks, and what he means is materialism. That's what he's trying to indict the whole fucking time. What you're saying, materialism isn't a scientific theory. Yeah, we already know that and have never claimed it was because it's non sequitur. Akin to saying beach balls is theoretical, non-scientifically theory. Fucking belly laugher. You speak much. Shits it. The actual photographic plate assumes, does it now, an interaction between a photon and an electron to give you a discrete chunk. This is just another pathetic fallacy. Do photographic plates have bad breath also? Open-toed sandals? They're etherites. Newsflash. Inanimate objects don't assume. Yeah. Idiot. Oh, this is classic. This is really good. Okay, now what he's going to do, Brian brings up that his ether, which it shits its ether, is the same as Einstein's ether, right? And shits it tries to get out of it by actually stating, this is the citation, and I've already quoted it, and it's not the same. That's the context that we're in. So let's hear what he said. Einstein said that space-time must have. No, he didn't. He never stated that. This isn't a citation, folks. You paraphrased him erroneously. That's the worst of your issues. Space-time, and we'll get to that here in a second. Space-time must have physical properties in the sense there must exist an ether because we have nothing for space-time intervals or the propagation of light. But do not think of it as a medium that motion may be applied to. So you took a couple things out of there that he said. This isn't a citation. Like I said, it's a paraphrase, an erroneous one at that, because must have doesn't show up in here at all. We're going to go through this here in a second. Now, this is your statement after it, because he was replacing the ether because it debunked the idea that the earth was moving. Really? So Einstein replaced ether with ether? Is that what he did? And like I said, he didn't say what you did. Let's go through this. There's a little Jedi mind trick in here that I want to point out. I pointed it out a few shows ago on Nathan's show to one of those ether believers, and I think he dropped after it. So, Einstein, 1920, from his own hand. We may say that according to the general theory of relativity, space is, not must have. He didn't say must have, is endowed with physical qualities. Notice I colored that different for emphasis. So your ships come in. There shits it. He's endowing space with physical qualities. In the sense, therefore, there exists an ether. Then he connects it, endowed with physical qualities, there exists an ether. So, yeah, I guess you're right. He is talking about two different ethers. Let's continue. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable. For in such space, there not only would be no propagation of light, but no possibility of the existence of standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks. Space and time are concepts, by the way, non-physical to begin with. Nor, therefore, any space-time intervals in the physical sense. Here's your huckleberry, clown show, because you can't fucking read. But this ether may not be thought of as endowed with quality characteristic of ponderable media. Why? He's saying that this ether is not physical, it's immaterial. Directly contradicting this. So what he did was your ship came in up here, then your pier collapsed down here. He took it away from you. Let me finish. But this ether may not be thought of as endowed with quality characteristic of ponderable media, yes, because it's immaterial, as consisting of parts which may be tracked through time, yeah, because it's immaterial and it has no parts, because material doesn't have parts, making it immaterial. The idea of motion may not be applied to it, yeah, because you can't apply motion to immaterial. Game, set, fucking match. It's the same dumbass ether as yours. You just have no reading comprehension. Fucking idiot. Oh, this is classic. This goes back to my first statement, define nobody. So we got shits at 60. Ether is immaterial. It cannot be science. Then we got Globe Dumpsters Bob. Fed is incapable of understanding the science behind the ether. It's a standing contradiction. Not with yourself like you usually do, but with your mentor, your daddy. And then somehow, I don't know, that now we need you to come in to explain what Bob said, right? We need you to do that. We can't understand this right here. This has some hidden magical meaning. Shits it. You fucking clown. Hey. Pathetic. That's all I got to say. I don't even have, I'm not even going to talk about this anymore. Fuck off. You're a moron. This is where we're getting. This is really, really fucking good. He doesn't understand what magnetism or electromagnetism is. He hasn't a fucking clue. He just spits these terms out. I don't know. What do you do? Do you like have a 1956 physics glossary and you close your dumb fuck eyes and you just point at shit, and then when your finger lands on something you just bgack it, right? You have no depth with anything. You can't fucking explain anything or even describe it. You probably don't know the differences between those either. Listen, check this out. Shit's at 60. We have an electromagnetic field in the earth, for example. It is the most prominent, strongest force on the earth. Wrong. No, you don't. You don't have an electromagnetic field with the earth. You have a magnetic field on the earth. Dumb fuck. You don't understand the difference between electromagnetic and magnetic. He doesn't. He's fucking clueless. Am I going to have to go through this again? Electricity-induced magnetism is called electromagnetism, not magnetism. The key difference between the two is that magnetism refers to the phenomena associated with magnetic fields or magnetic forces, whereas the term electromagnetism is the type of magnetism produced by electric current and is associated with both the magnetic and electric fields. Remember this one? The magnetic field only exists when an electric current is flowing. Let me ask you a question, ether believers, and contingent with your dumb fuck statement. No one ever says the Earth's electromagnetic field. They say the magnetic field. Right? But your dumb ass said Earth's electromagnetic field. Let me ask you a question, ether believers. Let's just continue on with this dumb fuck logic. Where are you getting the electric current from? Because you must have a continuous, perpetual electric current to have an electromagnetic field. I realize I'm going down a dumb fuck alley here, but I want to stay consistent with what you said. So where is this electric current, perpetual electric current coming from? I don't know. What it fucking happened to be, that fucking core, the core of spinning nickel and iron above the Curie point, would it happen to be that? Is that where you're getting it from? Fucking idiots. If the Earth has an that's what I said down here, sorry. If the Earth has an electromagnetic field, where's the never-ending perpetual electric current coming from? You see, when you make shit up and you don't know what you're talking about, you get compromised with your idiot contradictions with every breath. That's what's happened to you for 4 hours. while you're championing this shit. You'll never recover. I don't see, how can you recover from this? You'll whistle past the graveyard, and your dumb fuck subscribers who are actually dumber than you are will just allow you to continue. Nothing will be said, right? Then B said, so it's the strongest, most prominent force. Really? Not the magnetic field. From National Mag Lab, Tesla is a unit of the magnetic field. Another unit of magnetic field is Gauss. They're interchangeable. Don't worry about this. One of these is antiquated. Don't worry about it. You can just interconvert using dimensional analysis. It's not a big deal. I digress. A refrigerator magnet is 100 Gauss, a strong refrigerator magnet. The typical strength of the Earth's magnetic field. Notice they didn't say the Earth's electromagnetic field. Notice they didn't say that. I wonder why they didn't say that. The Earth's magnetic field at its surface is around a half a Gauss. So the strongest force on the Earth, look at this. So a refrigerator fucking magnet is 100 Gauss, and Earth's magnetic strength is 0.5 Gauss. The refrigerator magnet on the refrigerator in the kitchen is 200 times stronger than your most strongest force in the entire fucking universe. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, man. Now, I was just sticking with your electromagnetism. Wait a second. Wait one fucking cotton picking minute. So you're couching this, so it's the strongest and most prominent force. Are you using the standard model of particle physics, you dumb fuck, for this claim? I bet you are. I just caught this. I bet you are. Tell me you're not. Well, you can't tell me. It's going to be rhetorical. I will guarantee you he's using the standard model of particle physics. You know, the strong, weak electromagnetic force and gravity. That's not part of the standard model, by the way. But you guys know what I'm talking about, right? But they only say that in reference to when gravity shows up, that it's 36 times, the electromagnetic force is 36 times greater than the electromagnetic force. That's right. But you guys following it? Just relax. We'll get to this on the rehash. And by the way, the electromagnetic force isn't the strongest force in the standard model. The strong forces. By the way, I'll bet you that's what you were going for here. You fucking idiot. You double speaking clown, you. Yeah, unbelievable. If somebody could, maybe I'm off the reservation with this. Maybe I got textual pareidolia or something. I don't think so. I mean, it's all one big jumbled clusterfuck anyway. So maybe somebody will correct me. I think that's what you did right here, by the way. That's exactly what you did. Oh, this is absolutely hilarious, folks. Watch this. Shit's at 60. There's a fundamental antecedent-consequent relationship that has to be addressed. We never touched the container. Well, who does that sound like? Doesn't that sound baller-esque? Haven't we jacked this yard so many times? It's unbelievable. But I digress. Let's continue. We never touched the container. I can bottle the container, or I can't bottle the container up. And then he says, show me the container. He's reduced to this. This is a lot funnier than just this. Show me the container. Then he adds on, this is his antecedent consequent relationship up here. To have electromagnetism or anything that propagates something that has to sustain the energy, a wave is a movement through a medium. He even says it's moving, but I digress. A wave is a movement through a medium. I guess it's not traveling then. This is another train wreck, false analysis, juxtaposition fallacy, birthed from a confusion between the and a. Does everyone see it? Just because we can't show you the container due to distance or our inability to get there doesn't render null the fact that you must have a container to have gas pressure. Fucking moron. Okay, this isn't ending yet. Watch what he does. Okay, so 10 days ago, you conjure electromagnetism. He doesn't know what that fucking is anyway. We already showed that. That's light waves propagating through a medium. Now show the electromagnetism moving through a substanceless medium. That's the antecedent-consequent relationship. To demonstrate the antecedent-consequent relationship, right? Because we can demonstrate it with a container, right? He'd have better chances sprouting broccoli from his armpits, folks. This is the truly hilarious part. It was then explained to Shitsit 60 that we can physically show gas pressure increasing entropy and leaving the container, demonstrating the necessary antecedent container. This is very important. Demonstrating the necessary antecedent container, the consequent gas pressure relationship. What does this retard respond with? We can show the electromagnetism. Ah! Does everyone get it? You haven't got it yet out there? Elmer Fudd. You have to show your necessary antecedent, the substanceless medium. That's the necessary antecedent, not the consequent. You idiot. Electromagnetism, you moron. You thought this was an answer. You're a dumb fuck. You see this right here. You see necessary antecedent container, consequent gas pressure. Necessary antecedent substanceless medium. You see that, crayon muncher? That's the antecedent in your fairy tale. Consequent electromagnetism. You don't just say electromagnetism. That's not the antecedent. You fucking idiot. I couldn't believe when you first said it. I said, "Wait, what the fuck? What the?" And they just bypassed it because your verbal diarrhea at 900 miles an hour, over talking everyone, right? They all missed. I stopped. I said, "I got it. You're an idiot," right? I just showed it in spades. You're a fucking moron, aren't you? That's rhetorical. We already know by this time. If you don't realize that this is a pretender clown, double-speaking, numpty, dipshit retard, there's no hope for you. If you guys don't realize that. Here's another train wreck. Shit's at 60. His own words. Light is just the disturbance in the medium that's already there, but not a material medium. That's just semantics. Remember I told you got to watch. That's one of his key words where you're going to get screwed. That's just semantics. A medium is defined as having substance or matter. Immaterial medium is a married bachelor, contradiction in terms. That's the first contradiction. And B, semantics. Now who does that sound like? Fucking idiot baller. Yes, shits it. All successful communication is founded upon semantics. Yes. Defining terms, the Socratic method. Begocking semantics in an argument isn't an argument. It occurs when morons feebly attempt to change the meaning of words to save their fucking idiot claims. Now for the coup de grace. So we have two separate entities here. Light and the medium, the light is disturbing from up here. You see this? Light is just the disturbance in the medium. So we have two entities, right? 10 days later, you said the wave that's light is the medium. Now it's one entity, light, which is now the medium. You're finished. I mean, Elmer Fudd is blushing. What's it going to be next week? Is light going to be like orangutans or what, amoebas? No one knows with you, right? You just make shit up, right? Fuck, I'm embarrassed for you. This is another log on the fire or nail in the coffin of his utter, absolute misunderstanding, that is ignorance of what magnetism is. Listen, I'm just presenting this, folks. It's his words. Shit's at 60. Magnetism is the dependent variable and electric current is the independent variable. If y'all listen to the presentation, the second presentation, y'all know he said this shit. In relation to what? I have no fucking clue. But he said this, right? Magnetism. Really? No. You don't know what magnetism or electromagnetism is, do you? Just by this statement, you don't know. You should have said your dependent variable was electromagnetism is the dV and the electric current is the IV. Now, that would have been correct. Not magnetism, because magnetism exists without electric current causing it. How many times do we have to go through this? When you don't have electric current, it goes bye-bye now. You're a clown. Now everyone over on the magnetism, the open-toed sandal magnetism crowd is going to question you on what the fuck you're talking about. Because you don't even know your fucking story. Idiot. Shits it. Aether is a proposed logical framework. No, he always comes out with headline phrases, right? Logical framework. This fucker wouldn't know what logic was if it landed on his face, wiggled, spun around, and whistled fucking Dixie. You never heard any logic during the presentations. He never presented any, did he? Of course he wouldn't. He doesn't know what the fuck it is. Or philosophy. He doesn't know what that is. Essentially, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, but just about anything. So whenever he states a phrase or a term, stop him and challenge him to define it. He'll obviously, he'll switch it over and ask you to define it because he doesn't fucking know. He did it countless times during the presentations. Did everyone catch that? Or catch those occasions? I did. Unbelievable. Aether is a proposed logical framework of an energetic background that sustains electromagnetism. He doesn't know what this is either. Electromagnet, he never defined it, except saying it was light, but everything else is electromagnetism too. We just don't know. But he leaves it open so anything can fit in this fucking thing. So, hey, yes, and Penelope Pitstop is Bruce Lee's father. My statement has just as much validity and veracity as this horse shit right here. There is no logic or coherent framework for Aether. Never was. Even if you had a logical framework, they don't contain fucking energy. Mr. Energetic Background, you dumbass. Energy, something that contains electron volts, kcals, or kilojoules. This is just, thank you for stating this, by the way. I appreciate that. I couldn't do this on my own. Shits at 60. Just like with chemistry, they apply atomism, okay? There's an orbital electron, blah, 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 blah. Now, I didn't write blah, 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 blah. This is his exact words. He said this. Just like with chemistry, they apply atomism, okay? There's an orbital electron, blah, 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 blah. This is confessions of a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown moron that wouldn't know what chemistry was if it climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. And you need to go easy on the white paper technical language for it. It's overwhelmingly complex, by the way. B, electrons don't have orbitals and do not orbit anything as of 1925. 1925! From McGraw-Hill, electrons are said to occupy orbitals in an atom. The term orbital is somewhat erroneous, as electrons do not orbit around the nucleus. These orbitals also don't really fucking exist. According to your chemistry, it does, right? Shits it. Idiot. From Walter Lewin, professor of physics, MIT. These discrete energy levels are frequently represented in high school and college textbooks as circular orbits. They compare the electrons around the nucleus with planets going around the sun in well-defined orbits. That is a misconception. For sure, they are not orbits. Your god Tesla fell into the same old 5-second wiki search trap you just did, by the way. The straw man faceplant Nikola Tesla. The idea of the atom being formed of electrons and protons which go whirling around other which go whirling. Let me start over. Forgive me. The idea of the atom being formed of electrons and protons, which go whirling round each other, like a miniature sun and planets, is an invention of the imagination and has no relation to the real nature of reality. Thanks. Is that your 5-second wiki search, Nicola? Homeboy. He's actually a homeboy of mine. I mean, literally. You just did the same thing. I guess Witsit probably fucking got it from there. Right? He just did the same thing. Now, I'm going to relieve Nikola Tesla of responsibility for this asinine fuckwit statement. I'm going to do it. You know how I'm going to do it? Like I said, the orbits of electrons was crushed in 1925 by Heisenberg, Born, Jordan, right? Honorable mention to Wolfgang Pauli. They destroyed this utter fairy tale that was out there at the time. Tesla's quote here is from 17 May. This one right here. 17 May, 1931. I'm going to give him a pass. I'm going to tell you why I'm going to do that. Because the travel time, ironically, of information back in that time, I would say was slower than a turtle crawl. Nikola might have had bad information and might not have got the matrix mechanics explanation that destroyed this. So I'm going to take that away from him. Sorry, forgive me. I'm a worm. Now, I can't prove it either way, right? I just wanted to point out that's probably where numpty dipshit Witsit got this from. Oh, by the way, at least Tessie knew that an electron was particles of primary matter and not further decomposable. So Tessie confirmed quantum mechanics. +1 for the homie. Nikola Tesla, before the electron theory, that doesn't exist, by the way. It never existed, but I digress. Before the electron theory was advanced, that means Nikola Tesla, had established that radioactive rays consisted of particles of primary matter, not further decomposable. That's quanta. Fucking clowns. And the first thing to find out was whether the sun is charged to sufficiently high potential to produce the effects noted. So, Nikola Tesla, baby, was a materialist, according to you. This is a cluster fuck of jumbled proportion idiotness. I'm barely able to speak of. Here we go again. Do I still got your attention out there, or you guys fall asleep? This is pretty funny. You're going to remember I stated this. Remember in my first presentation about 4 or 5 weeks ago when I just come out and just made a presentation on the ether? Check this out. Shit's at 60. The wave light is the medium, right? It is that we already destroyed this above. But this is pretty funny. This is hilarious because remember I come out with this. Which one is the non-manifested medium? The electromagnetic waves or the ether? That's a legitimate question. It still is. But he fell right into it after he contradicted himself, right? Because a wave is not what something is, it's what a medium does. If that's true, so therefore the electromagnetic waves, being waves, must be the medium. Right? I was laughing back a few weeks ago. Remember? I said I could go on with this for quite some time. Where's the ether? Is it it's a non-manifested medium somewhere else, right? Moreover, don't electromagnetic waves manifest? Isn't electromagnetic waves a description of what something is? This goes into so many train wrecks. It's just battering you about your numpty dipshit head and shoulders. It's just a flurry of blows. But haven't we already established above that a wave is not what something is? This is just a clusterfuck. This convoluted gaggle of, that's what I should have just waited. This convoluted gaggle of contradictory gibberish is fathoms below baller retardia. And then I rounded it off with, is light the non-manifested medium in a dark vacuum? Remember that? Remember that? Everyone? Yeah. There's a non-visible spectrum of light. Well, thanks for that. Awesome, Captain Obvious. So you're claiming visible light. This is the new claim after he contradicted himself in the beginning. Well, we're going to go back to that at some point. You're claiming visible light is carried through a medium of ultraviolet rays. Yeah. Are they ultraviolet rays, X-rays, gamma rays? Which one? Or all three? Because that's non-visible light, right? I got a question. So what medium carries X-rays? Visible light? This is Mr. Magoo, a drunk Mr. Magoo fiasco right here. Mr. Intellectual, Mr. 160. Dumb fuck. Look at this. Shit's at 60. We have things that go 3 times the speed of light. 1 minute later, there's no such thing as the speed of light. I don't need to do anything here. All I need to do is it does its work for me. Don't need to comment. Shit's at 60. We're getting close to the end. You're dictating what other flat earthers are allowed to say. I don't have that capability. I can't control what other morons say, and I wouldn't be so delusionally arrogant to even consider or fathom such nonsense. You can say whatever you wish, but be fucking prepared for the consequences if you're going to come a half-stepping and say what your contradicting dumbass says in my presence. You're going to be systematically eviscerated with scraps portioned to my wolf pups, like just happened. We tracking Nancy. Dumb fuck. This is another idiot argument right here. And a clandestine shadow argument. Shit's at 60. Does consciousness and the creator exist? So he's using argument by fucking innuendo for something. I don't know. What's that mean? Yeah. And this is the ether believers' clandestine shadow argument. Most don't even fucking know it. They're eating their boogers in the corner. Like I said, OMG, this is yet another in a long line dumb fuck false analogy fallacy. That's all this is. I'm going to we touched on it briefly before. I'm going to show you to you in spades now. Implying that if consciousness and the creator exist, each of which are immaterial, therefore conjured ether exists. Why? Well, ether is immaterial, just like the creator and consciousness. What the fuck? This nonsensical innuendo fallacy is Elmer Fudd dumb fuck non sequitur fallacy. You got 2 fallacies. Double your pleasure here. An equal idiot claim. If beach balls and baseballs exist, each of which are material, therefore conjured turkey squirrels exist. Why? Well, turkey squirrels are material just like beach balls and baseball bats. Do you get it? Flat Earther, do you get it? He's even Jedi mind tricked other flat earthers that even aren't etherites with this. How do you do it? Just go full on retard, talk real fast? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't. This is a belly laugher right here. Of course, all of it's fucking belly laugher. What do we got here? Oh, this is very important. This is where I wanted to stop at and stress something very important. Shit's at 60. His comment. He thinks he's winning. You've heard this during both presentations, right? Or and reasonable facsimiles to this. Like victory laps. I've heard that. You think you're smarter than me. And he thinks he's winning. Now, doesn't this speak absolute encyclopedic volumes just with this statement? Doesn't it? Number one, the topics we discuss here about the nature of our reality are not about winning or losing, you fuckwit child. It's about attempting to discover the truth about who, what, when, where, why, how of that reality through various methods. That's what we're trying to do. This isn't a dick measuring contest of egotistical psychopaths on a second grade playground. You thinking it is and making those statements you did throughout demonstrates beyond any shadow of a doubt that you have the mentality of an incoherent second grader. Thank you. You did it. I didn't do this. You did it. You demonstrated it to my audience. Just in case you're unawares of what's happening right at this moment, I'm sure you don't. You'll never recover from just this. By the way, I'm pointing at it. You'll never recover. You can't recover from this. Listen up, sunshine. When you attach your position, stance, belief, and the arguments thereof emotionally to your ego, you need to be fucking institutionalized immediately. This is the epitome, inside joke, by the way, epitome, I digress, and mindset of juvenile, blind melon, chitlin, fanatical religious zealots that are heavily laden with clinical level security issues. It's here in spades. I don't have to prove anything. He did it for me. The entire belly-laughing ether charade is peddled by open-toed, sandal-wearing, remedial, feeble-minded, fanatical, religious, fuckwit, booger-eating, Dunning-Kruger retards. I just showed that above. That's not name-calling or an ad hom. I showed it in spades above countless times. Who wouldn't know what actual natural science was if it landed on their faces, wiggled, then whistled fucking Dixie, and couldn't pass a 60-level basic reasoning course. Proved, demonstrated, validated, confirmed in spades over and over again, right in your face for the past 2 fucking hours. Go ahead and whistle past the graveyard and pretend it didn't happen. Please. Please. Take this fuckwit retard's argument. This is what I want to happen. He's going to continue because he's fucking clueless. I want his morons to mindlessly parrot his claims. That's what was happening last week. And then come on into the show and get their asses handed to them. That's what I want to happen. That's going to happen. Fucking idiots. I see an ether sash. I crush the fuckwit wearing it. How about that? So there's no misunderstanding. You're tracking silly sallies. You fanatical fuckwit fairy tale open-toed sandal ether religion believers. Your stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip to your belly laugher has led you to the dying in total, but not limited to, the entire electronics industry. See, semiconductors. You fucking bozos. Superconductors, conductors, insulators, computers, spectroscopy, solar energy, fiber optics, all of radiology, digital photography, smartphones, and televisions. I'm speechless. But you have no fucking clue, do you? You'll just, what the fuck, QE? I have an idea. Why don't you booger-eating ether idiots organize and picket Texas Instruments, Bell Labs, which Nokia consumed it, Nokia Bell Labs, Intel, NVIDIA, Broadcom, Advanced Micro Devices, Samsung Electronics, Qualcomm, Micron Technology, Applied Materials, and thousands of others throughout the world with signs saying quantum mechanics is retarded. I want to see that shit. That's what I want to see. That's why you could do it in shifts. Fucking idiots. End of presentation.
Shout out to Face Reality for the super sticker, which appears to be 3 little hippos appearing out of a super chat. Thank you very much indeed for supporting Quantum Eraser's YouTube channel. Also, shout out to High Score Boy, who also sends a super sticker of a guy going, wow. Thank you very much indeed. for the support. Also, as I scroll down, I think that was it. If there was any that's preceded that in the chat, my apologies. Good presentation. I thought there'd be more clips with me in them, which I would have enjoyed greatly, but there we go. You can't have everything.
Duly noted.
Yeah, it was a frustrating back and forth between Witsit and myself for many, many, many hours. And what you asked at one point, how does he do it? Well, you did summarize how he does it. He'll spit out about 25 contradictions over the course of about a 3-minute verbal diarrhea. And if you interject at any one point, he cries foul.
Yes, sir. Well, isn't it obvious? Why do we even have to say it? I mean, do I have to tell you this? That folks are sitting out there? Do I actually have to say this to you? That you'll recognize it? You're not aware of your surroundings enough to know this? You can't think on your feet? Why did he even have to say it? Why do I even have to do this presentation? He should have been called out by his own immediately after that the Hindenburg was blushing. I couldn't believe it. I'm sitting there, oh my God. Yeah, and you're serious? Okay. Did it take me having to pull everything out and show you this word by word? Did I have to actually do that? If I had to do that to you and you not knowing it, you're in the wrong. You just need to leave. Just leave, right? Go back to eating your crayons, right? And watching Scooby-Doo. You don't need to be out here. This is just a personal thing. I'm not indicting anyone. You know for yourself what I just said. And you know if you knew what he's been doing. You know it. You don't have to state that you didn't know it. But you and I know, don't we?
And you saying that you're blushing is pretty much the same sentiment that I tried to stress. I said it was an embarrassment to me and anybody who calls themselves a flat earther. You know, you summarizing them going off and picketing Samsung and Nvidia and Texas Instruments and Intel. Yeah, that's what this boils down to. And it just makes us look stupid. If you're going to call yourself a flat earther and then contradict yourself with every next breath in a stream of verbal diarrhea that makes absolutely no sense, then, you know, if you're going to title yourself flat earther with that, I'm going to be offended, literally, and go, I find this embarrassing, I'm afraid.
So I want to give everyone a chance. Maybe there's a couple points where maybe I was misguided and I misconstrued it, especially the part with where he said the electromagnetic force was the strongest force. That's just one. Does anyone? We're going to go through this again. Oh, it's not over. Like I said, last is in the wintertime. Because I don't have to be anywhere. Even if I did, I wouldn't go. So do we want to go through this? I have the presentation up. Do we want to, anyone want to comment? Just leave it open, Nathan. I'll leave that up to you.
I think you're opening it out to the rest of the panel anyway, so I assume you guys have taken notes.
They don't have to. They can just look at the YouTube presentation. I don't want vague, baseless stories or generalizations. I want each to somehow give their take on what he actually said. Don't be vague. Be hyper-specific.
I've got, if we're going to go through it, I've got a bit in the middle that I'll probably have more input on.
Okay, let me start off. Okay, go ahead, finish up. Sorry.
So the only thing I do want to add is, at the beginning of this, I did ask a question, and I've still not, in my mind, received a satisfactory answer, and that is, why is attacking or pointing out questions, future exploration within quantum mechanics, why is putting any of that out, even destroying it, why does that support any alternative hypothesis in any way?
It doesn't.
No, and that appears to be the main rebuttal that I've encountered, and I still don't fully comprehend. If I was going to present something to people, I'd be presenting something on its own merits, not an unrelated, and this is the important bit, an unrelated, because fundamentally they're saying these are very different philosophical ways of viewing the formation of matter. So destroying another way really doesn't help me demonstrate mine, and that I'm still waiting for that, but it does seem to be the main rebuttal.
Yep, I agree. I brought it up, right? It's like walking in a courtroom. You're attempting to prove to the judge and to the jury that bananas exist, but then your first statement out of your mouth is debunking transmission fluid. I don't know any other way. Maybe I can make it a more appropriate analogy. You're trying to prove the existence of freedom, something immaterial. I know, Ducal Slopelgerts. You come in trying to prove Ducal Slopelgerts, right? Let's keep that. It's immaterial. Why? Because I deemed it fucking so. Right? Let's keep it ambiguous, Ducal Slopelgerts, and you bring up transmission fluid. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to just a third grader would be going, wait a second, what? Not speaking to an adult.
Well, I'm trying to explain. There's an antecedent consequent relationship associated with that. That transmission fluid. Ask me what the antecedent is.
Yep, exactly. Did you catch that? I know it went fast during that time. I know when you're in a debate and you're talking shit's happening. I understand that. I'm not indicting anyone for not catching that one particularly or specifically.
Well, you asked the question.
Well, it wasn't rhetorical. Ask me what the antecedent is.
What's the antecedent?
That's transmission fluid.
Oh, man. Let's do it this way. I know everyone. Hold on.
Transmission fluid.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just talking over you.
Go ahead, Adam. I'm sorry. Go.
No, I'm done.
Thanks a lot, Adam. So what I want to do, Nathan, is so we're not, it's not all a jumbled mess, is I'm going to put I got the presentation back up. It's presenting out to YouTube. I'm just going to go through each statement and see if anyone has anything to say about it. Is that okay?
Sounds better. Going through his statements, that sounds good.
Okay. So we're going to start off, define nobody. Anyone got any comment on, we all know what we're talking about here. When Shits at 60 said, nobody claims that the ether is science. Anyone want to comment on he meant to say I and nobody? I guess he thinks I and nobody are the same. I don't fucking know. You tell me.
Well, it's a stereotyping fallacy or a baseless generalization either way. But what he actually means in his arrogance is, I think this, but to lend more credence to it, I will throw that net out so wide that it includes everybody when I say, quote, nobody. I mean, that's what I put to him on the spot.
Anybody else?
Some people think there is a science of ether.
Yeah, I just want to focus on the nobody and its definition. I'm not gonna post. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it means not a single person's claiming that the science for ether, but yet even in this presentation, you've gone and trimmed out a specific person specifically claiming that there's a lack of understanding in regards to that specific science that there obviously would be, and that would be the claim of it. So to say nobody says it excludes everybody.
I think that should do it. Okay. I let off with this just to show everyone from the beginning that it's hopeless. So, Shits at 60, we have electromagnetic waves. Remember, this was the first, as soon as the first day, first time, 1702, when he first came out, this was the big mystery. This was the leader for the argument. We have electromagnetic waves, that's light in a vacuum. Remember, he said we can shine a light from one side of the vacuum to another, right? So we have electromagnetic waves, light in a vacuum. We can show, and it either has a medium, because waves need a medium, that it's waving through, he even mentioned waves, or it's waving, again, through nothing, which is an asinine claim. That's the whole thing. And then 10 days later said it's not a wave. Light's not a wave. Any comment?
that statement, or whatever the hell that is, has so many problems riddled with it. I think it may have made everyone that heard it just a little bit dumber.
I'm not saying about the substance of the statement myself. I'm putting it as a compare and contrast. It's two different positions. It's a shapeshifter. What are you, wits it, shits it, a shapeshifter now? You just change, right? It doesn't matter. You just change it up. Fucking evolution is blushing.
It's the equivalent of a ball believer saying, my position, to be perfectly honest, is that Earth moves around the sun. And then you fast forward to 10 days later, and the same exact person says, obviously, the position isn't that Earth moves around the sun. In fact, nobody's claiming that.
Anything else here?
If no one else, I will make one further comment, which is to say that we have a description for this for our opponents on the globe believing side. Now, it's gone through many iterations. It started off with globe head, then it moved on to anti-flat earther, and now it's globe heretic. But what you're basically showing in these two contradictory statements from Witsit is the ether heresy that you have to employ to claim ether.
Good. Last call.
I would just say that I understand that you could change your position, right? I get why you would do that, if only if you're not sure exactly what your position is, right? Like, it doesn't make sense that you would make these two contradictory statements. It doesn't. I don't get it. Why would you do that?
I'm not looking at the reasons or rationale why, just the what and the is. I can't speak to that. I'm not Mystic Mag.
Yeah, I get it. It's more rhetorical. But...
Yep. Is that it? There's plenty of other contradictions, don't worry, as you already heard. But I want to go through each of them. Maybe something stood out to somebody. Here's the next one. The actual argument, so this is the second actual argument, that seems to be avoided, is atomism is a model, so you got photons and electrons. This is a philosophical model that's not actually scientifically proven. The main critique of ether is not science. Forbids.
Are you opening up for that at that point for comment?
Yes.
Okay. So, number one, the 90% of that statement has absolutely nothing to do with ether. It's attacking a non sequitur position that isn't related to ether. And then claiming the connection is because the criticism of ether is that it's not scientific. Now, the reality is that the statement that precedes that claim that we're attacking it based on its lack of science, number one, the attack comes when there's a claim of science. And all we do is take that claim of science and check if there's science attached to it. That's it. But that has absolutely sod all to do with all of his preceding statement.
Yep. Anyway, are you guys in shock on the panel?
I dealt with this firsthand.
Nathan, yeah, he did deal with it. I'm working and I'm running a buffer, so I cannot respond to anything.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Anything else on this one? Yeah, these are pretty much cut and dry anyway. I just thought people might have a comment on them. All right, we can move on. There's plenty to come. Shit's it. 60. I don't agree with people making claims about ether and exactly what it is and even the name.
I mean, that's the name of the game, isn't it?
Right there.
You go ahead, Chocolate. I've waffled away enough.
I'm just saying, like, so right there's a disagreement in the claim itself. So it's kind of like, yeah, this is my claim to what it is, not the claim. This is my claim. Well, that's fine, but when you've got all types of people with different claims with the same name attached to it, you're not even cool with the name. That's bugged out to me. I don't know.
Well, isn't the whole point of a what is claim is you got to be able to define what is?
Yes.
I don't think
That's the
Go ahead.
more difficult part, and my role of the emissary is trying to actually qualify what the claim is, because as you'll see here, there are different claims. I was in some discourse with Bob, and he pointed out, that because of his viewpoint, it would be different to Austin's as well. I think he's pointed out he's had 40 years of experience as an electrical engineer, so he pointed out that would, by that intonation, affect his viewpoint of the ether, and that's I think is the difficult thing. I think you're probably going to roll to it in a bit, but even down to the point of whether you can science the ether or not is not agreed upon within their community, and that I think is the trouble sometimes when you're talking with people. It's what is it, and maybe that's what my role was, or my commission is to find out exactly what it is we are addressing, which does seem to be a little bit of a movable feast for some individuals.
I think many people might be missing a point with this statement. Let me say this. This is going to be QE. I don't agree with people making claims about archery and exactly what it is and even the name. And then I start making claims about archery and doing archery every day. And do you get it? He says, I don't agree with people making claims about ether and exactly what it is. That's exactly what he was doing. You're not getting this. Can somebody please tell me you're not getting this?
Yes, we are following.
I'm getting it. I have no doubt.
That's what I wanted to say, but all you would hear is this.
Not what ether actually is or what it isn't. The statement that he made about not making any claims while making claims.
And debating people nonstop about it.
Look, last night, the very first question I asked him was, is he looking to know the cause of magnetism and electricity, or is he looking to prove the ether? And he didn't give me a definite answer to that. So it seemed to me that he was more interested in proving maybe that he's latched onto this, that this ether thing causes these things. He's starting off with a pre-assumption.
Yeah,
that's what I got from
that's still not my point with this statement right here. I want to hyper focus on this statement that he's doing the exact thing that he said not to do.
Yeah, I get that from the statement.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just with that, you'll have plenty of there's a lot more meat on this bone, as you already know because you listened to the presentation. Okay, so there's not too much to say about this. It's a slap in the face, direct contradiction. If you have something propagating, something has to sustain the propagation. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time here. I was just establishing what propagation meant. It's always good to define the terms that you use. Obviously, the propagation in travel. I shouldn't have to explain this. I mean, isn't it inherent in the word propagation? If you can fog a mirror, right?
No.
To
the people claiming it, they'll
Really?
tell us that it's not a wave, it's a propagation.
Well, alrighty then.
It's like they've heard these buzzwords and they just rattle them off, not actually knowing what the word means.
Well, it's not just they do, because they use synonyms all the time. Yeah, and today was another one where so that when we get perturbations, I think what oscillations was that today's. We get this movement of the word to try and redefine it as something that isn't. They're picking the same words is my point, all of them being descriptions of wave function, and that I find strange, because they're not able to use a word to describe what they're trying to describe other than it being a wave, an oscillation, perturbation, vibration, a frequency.
Okay, so I just established that for the rest of humanity, we understand that propagation means travel, whether it be a wave or not. If you're propagating, you're traveling, right? So, and he confirmed it with the rest of these statements. I'll go through them. If you have a vacuum chamber and you have all kinds of electromagnetic fluctuations that you can measure and detect within that, what's the energy traveling through? He actually stated that. There should be quote marks right there, and I missed them. Sorry. He also said if you have an electromagnetic wave, what does it propagate through? So he's actually saying, what does it travel through? So what does the electromagnetic waves propagate or travel through? Again, then he wheels out the Michelson-Morley, and I noted here that they don't say experiment anymore. They know better because they get their asses handed to them. So Michelson-Morley, for example, we had lights go in different directions. Well, to go in different directions, you have to friggin' travel. But besides that, he comes out and says, because you stopped him, Nathan, and said, what's the phenomena in the highly scientific parlor trick? And he said the difference in the travel of light. It's over right there, right? That's what he's talking about. It's one of his go-tos, right? And then we scroll down to the beautiful beam footage where he says there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. So it was traveling up here, his claim, and now 10 days later, there's nothing traveling. That's it? Hopefully everyone caught that. If you didn't catch it the first time, you need to call your therapist.
Well, is it possible, and I'm not trying to sound like I'm being mean to Witsit, but in everything that I've seen from the contradictions and the way he uses words, is it possible that he just learned to speak this like phonetically as in response to something said, and he doesn't actually know what the meaning of the words
I told you, I'm not contriving the motivations. I'm not Mystic Meg. I'm just telling.
No, I'm not saying it's a motivational thing. I'm saying from what I've seen, I don't think he understands the meaning of the words he's using.
That was my sentiment, John. That was what I was trying to drive at. John's refracted curvature is essentially saying that it's like a machine that just parrots back out what it's been fed based on a response, like Nightbot in the chat. If you type in a certain thing, it will respond in a certain way. So if he hears a certain response to what he's put forward with verbal diarrhea, there's a natural progression in the words that he used. It doesn't mean there's a meaning understood behind each of the words. I think that's your point and my point now, John. Well, mine originally. Well, I think Brian's about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's not a bad intent, I don't think. I just, and I'm not saying it because I want to attack him. I don't think he understands what he's saying.
No.
He seems like he wants to discover things because he keeps on talking about people ignoring things like electricity and magnetism and where they come from. He wants to know where they come from, but he keeps starting with this faulty premise, a pre-assumption, and I think like he talks so fast that there's no way that everything you say, if you're talking that fast, could actually mean what you want it to mean, because it's not deliberate enough, if you know what I mean.
All right, let's move on. Next claim. Aether doesn't claim that light has a speed.
It's a barefaced reification fallacy. You covered this really well. I was paying attention.
Unbelievable. And did you notice besides that point that they all must claim that light has a speed? They must do it. Whether it be frequency or when they stated it's traveling, moving, It's actually their claim, and then they put that claim and saddled you with it.
Yeah, I was gonna make a note when we got to this point as well, because we highlight this in regards to the Flat Earth Society, don't we? So we say the globe Earth has got a weak ass claim in the form of a geometric horizon we debunked with the Black Swan in 2020. There is no Earth curve limitation, physical obstruction at the horizon based on their geometry. So what is it that we can all remember from day one of Flat Earth when we enter the arena? What do you get challenged with proving? Well, you get challenged with proving that boats fall off the edge of a pizza pie floating up through space. Where's your edge, Flat Earther? Well, that's them taking the weakest part of their argument, because boats fall over the edge, and challenging you to prove it. And what Whitsit's doing is very, very similar. He's challenging me on my understandings of things like particles, which he has to hijack in his descriptions, in spite of the fact that I disclaim that they're just descriptions. So he's actually reifying the journey, the travel, the perturbation, the frequency, the medium, all of those things that have got an associated speed with them.
Yep.
And then challenging me based on my reification of a speed and a journey that a light particle takes. So it's a ploy that's used by globers. Attack with the weakest element of your argument. He also does it when he challenged me to describe how you can describe a wave function with a single impact. Now, while you were in the intro for this show, I was explaining to whoever was on the panel at the time that that's a affirmation or confirmation bias. You just don't hear the bit of information that contradicts your belief, and eventually you turn that into a positive assertion from your own side. So Whitsit asking me where you derive a wave function from a single impact, and me answering in no uncertain terms, you don't. That's the most devastating part of the argument. If you're going to describe it as a wave, you've got to have a reason to describe it as a wave. And if you take that away, that's not an invite to ask me where you derive a wave function with one impact. I'm not claiming anything in this regard whatsoever. But meanwhile, they've got a description of light as a wave, and we know where it's come from. And you can't derive it with a single impact. So he asks me that. Similar sort of thing.
Yep, the frequency, like I said, the speed, they're screwed. Rate of induction, nonsense. Rate. Yeah, y'all remember that in the audience? Distance equals rate times time. You remember that? My word. So that's why I said, what's the speed of light, Ether believers? They got to have one. Next. The point is simple, right? You can either, here we go with another he likes to do this, right? The fallacious juxtaposition that he conjures. Fucking batshit insane. You can either ignore the question, who nobody wasn't ignoring. Everyone kept on asking, what's the damn question during the presentation? Or you can address it, okay, like this. That's what you said. Retort, what's the question? You said it a number of times. And the answer was, what sustains the electromagnetism? What electromagnetism? Why don't you be hyper-specific there, numpty? Because you can't. You want to stay vague and generalized. Boy, that does sound like a sciencey term right there. You have no clue what it is. I showed it in spades during the presentation. All right? Clown. Anything on this?
Well, I thought you'd focus a little bit more on this in terms of their necessity for potentially using the molten iron core.
That was later. I brought this back up again.
Okay, move on unless someone else has got something to add on this.
Well, he did ask me last night. He said, what is magnetism? And I just gave a very layman's description of it. And he said, what causes it? I have no idea.
What causes magnetism? The motion of electric charge? Duh! What's the next question? What causes the motion of electric charge? Fucking clown. All right. Sorry to cut you off, Brian. Did you have anything else to say there?
I just said he asked me then straight after that, what's electricity. I
Oh,
described
God.
that, and he asked me what causes that, if I remember correctly.
Why don't you tell us? Sorry,
Well,
Brad.
yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Unbelievable.
Well, one note is that it's a flat out burden of proof reversal fallacy, isn't it?
Yep. Yes, sir. It's
I have to say that at one point.
yeah. All right, the next one. This was really funny when he said this. There's vacuum energy. So your retort obviously was, what's vacuum energy? His answer, vacuum, colloquially, that I want to focus on these three words. Colloquially, he used it throughout. Quote, unquote, in semantics. That's when he's greasing the skids to railroad you. Because he's about to change the definition or a meaning of a word. Just want to let you know that. So he says, colloquially, of course, there's no such thing. So obviously, if you put that together with his statement, there's no, or there's vacuum energy and there's no such thing as a vacuum, you put them together. There's no such thing, energy. That's his statement. It's fucking insane. Go ahead.
This is more throwing out buzzwords. It sounds cool, doesn't it? Vacuum energy. That's why my reaction was when I hear foreign words smashed together like that, you go, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then when you get an answer like that, what can you say to that?
Nothing. Laugh. That's what I did when I heard it. I just started laughing, especially when he said there's no such thing. I don't think we need to focus on that one. So photons and electrons are not science. Yeah, that's correct. At least you got one thing right. Anything here?
Well, the context is that he's juxtaposing the fact that while he says that, he's claiming that we reified them.
Photons and electrons. He's not doing that yet. He's going to do it down here. He's going to juxtapose it. I kind of, because this statement, I wanted to pull this out to show, yeah, duh, this is not science. Like beach balls, water, sulfur, they're not science either. They have nothing to do with natural science because they're what is questions. They either exist or they don't. That has nothing to do with the scientific method. The scientific method only deals with how and why suppositions. Natural how and why suppositions, by the way. Cause and effect, not the what's and the is. As simple as that. So
there's only going to be there's only going to be one reason why we are discussing science in a discussion like this. And it's because there'll be a claim on the table of science. Now, you mentioned earlier that Michelson-Morley is no longer referred to as an experiment. I dealt with this 4 years ago on BALLBUSTERS, and the entire time that I'm trying to talk them through what an experiment is and what science is, and they're saying, well, no, we understand that this is an experiment. The entire time that they're doing that, it's got on screen the words Michelson-Morley experiment.
I know it did.
Sorry, chocolate. Last night he kept on trying to hand me my argument, which was that he kept on saying that the protons and electrons they're not science, and I was going, right, but I'm not making any claims about them. I said, but he kept on trying to hand me an argument that was formed that direction. And I was trying to have a conversation, not a debate. It eventually kind of became a bit of a debate. But he kept on trying to hand me this thing that I wasn't making any claims about. It was continual. I had to say, eventually he stopped and say, look, show me in my videos where I made any claims about any of this. And he referred back to FED, saying there's always been claims about stuff on FED and that the atom is science and all this kind of stuff. I said, I haven't heard anyone there say that any of that is science. You know, so I don't know.
We make claims?
No, he was setting
Really?
you up. That's a feeble setup for the next statement right here. Another juxtaposition. Here it is. So photons and electrons are not science. So, more or less, therefore, you must be talking about philosophy. So, things can only, in his mind, things can only be science or philosophy. Follow?
Yeah, but that's where it went there. He was trying to do a juxtaposition between atoms and protons, etc., and ether.
Yeah,
he was trying to do that juxtaposition between the two. And what I pointed out at one point is that, but they're trying to describe, or right, I know you don't like that word description, me using it, but I was using that from a layman's terms, from a layman's point of view, is that what that is talking about is something in the 3D world we live in. Whereas what you're talking about is ether, which is outside the 3D world. I said, so they're like, the two of them are not talking about the same thing, if you understand. That's what was my point.
Yeah, but it's a fallacious juxtaposition. It leads to insanity. Because if that statement is true, so photons and electrons are not science, so therefore you're talking about philosophy. Anything that's not natural science is philosophy. So, having said that, the existence of trees, leaves, water, rocks, flamingos, consciousness, they're not science. Therefore, according to the statement above, they must be philosophy. I don't know. Is water, rocks, and flamingos philosophy to you? That's what it says.
I philosophize that tree will grow.
Mostly where his issues lie is that he has this idea that anything to do with the term atom means general relativity and support of general relativity. If you listen to him talking to me last night, which you probably will, most of it is about when he hears the word atom or anything to do with proton, electron, neutron, whatever, it's all based around general relativity.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. I don't want to leave this point go. Do you see the fallacious juxtaposition? How it leads to batshit insanity?
No, your logic is sound on that. Absolutely sound. Yeah, because it's a bad comparison. Because anything that is not science then has to be philosophy.
Yeah,
if using that logic. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I wanted to stress here. And
There's one more layer. There's one more layer.
Go ahead.
There's also preceding that juxtaposition that makes no sense. Brian was saying, oh, well, he's trying to give me my position. He's trying to lay out the position that I hold so he can make his juxtaposition with one of the positions being a false position Brian doesn't hold as an atomist or whatever he's going to call him for when he makes that juxtaposition. But that also has a different name. It's a straw man fallacy. So he's building up an argument that Brian doesn't make to take it apart in juxtaposition.
Yep. Good. Next one. You got it, guys.
Even
sorry.
claiming,
Go ahead.
Even claiming that these things aren't science. Okay, does that prove the claim that you're actually trying to make?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
When we discuss science, it is, as I said a second ago, simply because someone's laid a claim of science on the table. And all we'll ever do is try and take apart the validity that's being claimed. We always seem to be, or it's attempted by our opponents to put us on the back foot and start defining what science is. It's like, you're the one making this claim with science attached to it. Classic example, case in point, Michelson-Morley experiment, right? Well, then it's in that category. It's got to have a cause and effect relationship. It's got to have a natural phenomenon. It's got to have something you can independently vary as a researcher that you assume is the cause. It's got to have all those constituent parts if you're going to call it science and label it an experiment. That's not me doing that. So there's no reason for why us should sit around all day defining what science is for these Muppets who are claiming it. You say it's science. What do you define science as you are the one claiming it? So we've got burden of proof reversal fallacy, straw man fallacy, and a false juxtaposition.
Yes, sir. Very well articulated. Next statement. The double slit experiment is not an experiment. It has a man-made device.
Well, let me say something real quick on that, because in the chat, Mr. Nodell said that Even Cavendish is an experiment because all things were made by God. There you have it.
The basic pink writing stuff. All of science, natural science, the study of the physical and natural world and the phenomena that it presents us with boils down to simply two things. The effect you are studying in nature and that which you assume causes it. That's it. Cavendish doesn't have a naturally occurring phenomena. There are no balls moving towards each other in sheds in nature. That man-made apparatus conjures the phenomena because you can't ask an answer when it comes to where is this observed in nature? Where is this effect we are studying observed in nature? Now, to have controls, to do an experiment, to actualize a hypothesis requires man-made apparatus to some extent. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a 1 in a million chance that some pedantic dick will show me how you can somehow manipulate natural occurrences into a variation of a presumed cause to be varied and presumably cause the null or validate the null. But outside of those 1 in a million outliers, right, you need man-made apparatus. All that actually matters is that the phenomena is occurring in nature. That would be to say that you aren't actually the cause of it. That would be synthetic. And it's your dependent variable in your hypothesis. There's not much to it. Basic stuff. It frustrates me. The reason you can hear my frustration is because this is stuff we've been covering for 5 years.
Yes, sir. Anything else on anything else on this belly laugher?
It's not the length of time that frustrates me. It's that these underpinnings of science, scientific method, well, that were supposed to be our weapons, our strength that we developed against the ballers. And with stuff like this, we're taking those weapons and away from ourselves when we vary from that rigidity, when we make claims and make assertions about stuff. I'm not going to use that. It's what got us here today. It's what took apart the bullshit of the ball, wasn't it? So that's what disappoints me, that we're heading down a road that we criticised, that we woke up from.
Let me break that down a little bit further, because Adam's just said we several times. And when I say this is an embarrassment to me and you as a flat earther, this is why. So Adam's explained that we are trying to elucidate the power, the empirical nature that science has to offer and has benefited humanity throughout history. This empirical method has been hijacked and used as a magic trick with the various different words in the vernacular of science. Some of them are experiments, some of them are theory. Even the composite parts, the independent and dependent variable, are often utilized to claim scientific validity where none is actually applicable. So in this instance, we have pointed out how globe earthers have used words like theory and experiment to convince you the world's a ball. And with pink writing and questions like what's the dependent variable observed phenomena, we've shown how they don't have science. Now from that, there's two paths, there's a fork in the road. The one fork says, wow, what an amazing tool for empiricism. I can use this to find truth. The other fork in the road says, what an amazing magic trick. I can make up a just so story about ether and use something that's called an experiment to claim scientific validity. Now that's utilization of the magic trick we were duped with when it comes to science. Now these same individuals will simultaneously suggest that we throw the baby out with the bathwater, ignore the other fork in the road of empiricism and humanitarian advancement in favor of the utilization of the words only. Experiment, science. Why? Well, because people know what they mean, because they were taught at a very early age that those words mean proof. So you use the words when you want to convince somebody you've got proof of ether. You say you've got science. And if anybody challenges you, that would be flat earth debate. You say that flat earth debate doesn't understand that science. Now, what we do is offer truth through empiricism. That's science. Not using the words to convince you of a story. That's the trick we all fell victim to. So Adam's much more succinct, much more concise summary is outrageous to me if I'm going to call myself a flat earther. And I don't see that labouring this point is unwarranted when I say it's an embarrassment. When we are here disseminating stuff that has provided you with better technology to even have these bloody conversations in the first place. Yeah, look at the list: Samsung, Intel, Nvidia. Yeah, these are the tools that science has come out of, the things that have advanced humanity as a result of science, not to mention an endless list of things in medicine. Now, the empiricism it offered has been hijacked, and we fell victim to it once. And now it's happening again in our own bloody community. Now, we've got to do something about that. We, us on this panel now, are doing something about it, and we will suffer as a result a backlash within the community. But know that it's not empty, hollow words when we say we are doing this for the truth. Not because we're trying to measure our cocks against each other or winning, but because one method that's being hijacked to claim just so stories of otherworldly dimensions that affect magnetism, yet the words we were duped with prior being used when those stories come your way. Now, if you can't see that, then you are just as lost as you were when you were on the globe. That is why, specifically why, I say it's an embarrassment to be called a flat earther if this garbage is being perpetuated, when we're telling you what science is and does with proof of exactly that. I'm done.
See, this is what I don't understand, Nathan. I learned everything on this show. So you can't tell me they don't know that. Come on.
Well, a lot of people who are now pushing for the ether learned the very basics of what science is, basically from QE over the past few years.
Correct.
And now, yeah, exactly. And now they're deciding what science is on their own. You know, the whole point of what QE's been talking about for years was so you don't get to a position like we're in now. Like I said this last night a couple of times to Austin. We're after just coming out of a situation that we found out was a load of lies and rubbish. So we don't want to go back into another situation that's potentially the same thing.
That's my point. It's deliberate.
Well, in a way, aren't we responsible for the phonetic responses that they've come up with? Because of like even their responses are contradictory, but their responses to statements that QE has made, even though they're self-contradictory statements.
You're going to have to lead us in with an example if you want a reaction.
I'll give a reaction. I'm not responsible for anything anybody else says.
Well, not responsible for what they say. That's all them. But the shaping this nonsense by stating what is and isn't nonsense. Like, let me think of an example. Like with the waves, they'll say it's a wave of a medium, and then we'll point out that there's medium is a physical thing, and then they'll they'll say there's no waves there as a rebuttal.
So are you saying by natural inquiry and application of logic, I'm responsible for their contradiction?
No, they're responsible because they have this belief that they hold as truth no matter what. But by stating the obvious to them, that's why it's such a cluster screw of nonsense now.
Yep, we're getting off a little bit on some tangents. Sorry, we're getting off a little bit. I just wanted to focus on the experiment and man-made device. Getting off.
Yeah, it's absurd. So you have to have man-made devices in order to have an experiment. For the most part, you're gonna require them.
It's just ignorance. This is just an ignorant statement.
I'll say what makes me sad about that statement, to be honest, is like Globers have told us the same shit. Like, that's ridiculous, man. Like, he knows this, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not brand new to this. He knows you require a man-made device in an experiment.
That's what I'm saying,
why would you turn around and say this to us when you know it, we know it, we know you know it, we know it? Like, are you? Well, I mean, come on.
The reason we know he knows it, right? And you're absolutely right, Chocolate. Is because the only reason the inquiries come up in the first place is because we've got QE explaining that you require a natural phenomena. So he's gone, oh, okay. So if I juxtapose that with the experiment having man-made stuff in it, it's like the rebuttal shows a demonstration of the prerequisite need in an experiment for natural phenomena by comparison. So when he says, well, it's got man-made stuff in it, so he's saying, so it's not valid because it's synthetic, therefore showing that he's got an understanding of the natural phenomena requirement. So we know he knows you're right, Chocolate.
What galls me, Choc, is it's not the nuance of it. Like I said earlier, we've been here. We've been here before. We've had this kind of nonsense rhetoric put back to us that's just weak, fundamentally. And it was by the ballers. And again, it comes back to what's really disappointing. We're supposed to be at least seeking the truth together. So to have responses like that, either say you're not as clever as you make out you are, or you're being disingenuous. I'd go with the latter, and that's what's disappointing, because the last time this level of really frustrating, disingenuous responses is with the ballers, or the anti-flat earthers, to be honest.
All right, good.
Yeah, let's move on.
Next one. Shit's at 60. The actual argument. We got another actual argument again. We have only two potentially viable, frameworks that have been offered for interpretation. Atomism, materialism, and ether, immaterialism. How about it?
It's in the same list as last time. So it's building up a straw man position to then hold up in, what did you call it? I would say false dichotomy, but
that's
you
what
can
it is.
say false juxtaposition. Was that the term you used?
It's the same thing. False dichotomy, false juxtaposition.
Yeah, false dichotomy, false juxtaposition. So yeah, that's just the same exact list of things that Brian objected to earlier.
Yeah, I think I went over
Isn't
this
that
one.
validity?
Say again?
I was like, isn't that just like a type of validity theft where you're trying to steal the improvements that quantum mechanics have put forth and just kind of worm your way in? With your nonsense?
No, he's not. He's trying to pin materialism versus immaterialism, but he doesn't know. He's using it out of context. That's why I asked about his interpretation over here. What interpretation of what? So it's incomplete. anyway, the false dichotomy fallacy right here is incomplete. It's not only incomplete, it's a false dichotomy because they have to be mutually exclusive. Like I said, these are not mutually exclusive in this context. It's not, because somebody can be a materialist and know for an exact fact that the immaterial exists. We all have thoughts.
We went through that with him multiple times.
Yeah.
Many different people from many different angles in many different ways of phrasing it.
Yep. As soon as this is shown that they're not mutually exclusive, it's all over. It's false dichotomy, period. And then I put it to him with the question. He's a materialist, as we all are. Let me restate that. We're a materialist as he defines it. Oh, I forgot to say pro tip. I don't know if I may have skipped that one. This one down here? I may have skipped that. Defining philosophical naturalism in lieu of throwing the entire human race, including yourself, under the bus may be illuminating. And I'll leave it at that because we live in a material world. Sound like Madonna or something. We all know that there's material. We use it. We're made of it. For God's sake. So it's just the quit juxtaposition. It's actually stupid. The whole thing is stupid. All right, here we go. Shit's at 60. You shoot a light at a double slit. They claim that a single photon enters two slits simultaneously and collides with itself.
Interestingly, somebody pointed out that in the video I linked below the live shows, one of the visual demonstrations has got like water ripples going through a double slit as part of the explanation.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what you thought.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the first thing you find on Wiki. I was quite surprised you told me this, so I checked. I was like, yeah, you're right, it is. So you do a quick Google search about the double slit, and the first entry that comes up will describe it almost verbatim as Whitsitt described it to me, which is to say that there's a suggestion that the light travels through both slits. No. Where have you got that? Oh, well, from the first result on a Google search.
I don't think.
There's two problems here.
Go ahead.
There's two problems here. You covered it a little bit earlier when you were like, well, what experiment? You've got to be specific. What if you say double slit? What does that mean? You mean two slits, right? If you say double slit diffraction followed by wave function collapse, you from that I can go, oh yeah, right, experiment. Yeah. But if you just say double slit, it doesn't mean anything. But there's like this automatic assumption that when you're basically talking about slit diffraction, that's really what they're talking about, because they're going to derive wavelength and light being a wave from this notion of wave function in slit diffraction. So there's a connection, there's a direct connection where they have to attack that which they are ultimately leveraging their claim. But the claim that they leverage in terms of light waves has sod all to do with anything that's being experimented upon. Quite the contrary, it's a phenomena. So you go, well, okay, light diffraction. People can describe it mathematically. There's no experiment involved. But there's this misapprehension and description, number one, of light going through both slits. You're like, no, in a certain specific experiment, you can cause wave function collapse. Again, very tricky wording, because wave function, no, we're talking about the diffraction pattern that you get when you fire light through a slit at a given distance. And those diffraction patterns you can cause to stop happening if you know which slit the light went through. So bearing in mind that in that specific experiment, which path the light went through precludes any notion of it going through both at the same time, because knowledge of the which path is what's causing the wave function to collapse. So that experiment and the outcome and the resulting usefulness in scientific validity notwithstanding has the knowledge of which slit it's actually going through. But like I say, first entry on Wiki will lead Wiki parators to assert that it's going through both at the same time. And that's simply not possible. And a total misapprehension of double slit diffraction, single slit diffraction, and wave function collapse. And what else does it have a misapprehension of? Which path information? There we go. Got all of them in.
What does he mean when he says they say? Who is he referring to anyway?
Well, that's the Aether claim, isn't it? That it's going through both slits at the same time. That's the Aether claim.
No, that's a wiki claim. Like I said, the 5-second wiki search.
Right, but when it shows like a wave in that artist rendition of it, and it shows those lines, those are like supposed to represent waves going through the double slits, isn't it?
That's right. That's how it's represented visually. It's like a ripple traveling through both slits. Yes.
So that's their claim they're trying to put on us.
It's not a legitimate claim. It's just a 5-second wiki search problem. This is just ignorance. Just like Professor Zellinger said. So they don't exist.
Get one more thing in.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yep.
It's also a heliocentric claim. So it's not their claim that the necessity of this medium for light as a wave, and the reason it's in the mainstream descriptions and having these little boxes with 2 slits in them and waves, physical rippling waves passing through them at the same time, that's not there to prop up any sort of ether belief. That's there because of heliocentric necessity, not ether necessity.
Yes.
They're leveraging it. I just wanted to drop that in.
No, that's right. That's a good point. Yep.
But what's the difference between ether and space-time? I don't see one.
Yeah, there isn't one. I mean, that's true too.
Well,
It's
we're gonna
essentially
get
the same.
We're gonna get to that here in a little bit. I'm sure Brian's gonna steam on in. Oh, no one. I don't think we have to go over this one. No one understands this better than me. Yeah. To the remember when you try to tell them that there's an actual single photon impact, and it's in a video in your description box. He didn't hear it. Obviously, from his statements that he made, he kept on making them after you say. How many times did you say it?
I don't know, 6 or 7.
Yeah. I don't know, folks. We could bypass that one. Stupid. Here we go. What's it? Electrical field theory, like the double slit theory, is or of the physical photon. See what he did?
It's a cluster screw sentence. It's a complete cluster screw. Again, it's back to what I said earlier. He's got double slit in there, but it makes no sense if you actually just break down what he's saying. Just say it one more time, because so I can visualize how he's utilizing the words double slit in that statement.
Sorry, I screwed it up initially. Yeah, I wanted to say it again. Electrical field theory, like the double slit theory of the physical photon.
Double slit theory of a physical photon? Yeah. What in the unholy hell is he babbling about?
Who knows?
Double slit is just 2 slits. Yeah? So when you say double slit theory, what? 2 slits theory? What are you talking about? Now, double slit diffraction, you can also have single slit diffraction. It's just diffraction. It's just light interference. A pattern on a wall when you fire light through a slit. You know, but he's not contextualizing it with that. He's just saying double slit theory. You're like, again, these are words smashed together in a way that just makes me want to tear my hair out. You're like, what? Double slit theory? It doesn't make any sense. There's no context to it.
Well, that's what you get for making shit up. Obviously, what he's trying to do here is take his electrical field theory and then make some shit up double slit theory somehow in a juxtaposition with quantum mechanics. This doesn't and never existed, by the way. Like I said, juxtapositional validity.
There it is again, the greasing of the skids. When I said there's a fork in the road, what is it? Theory? So that sounds scientific.
Yes, sir. Now, you tried to get him, many people tried to get him when he said theory, but he successfully diverted away from it. This part of the theory, right? The electrical field theory. It's not a scientific theory, folks. And this one was just made up on the spot. That's what you get for making shit up. This is a good one. Atomism. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, and using the magic words that can and do offer empiricism. But where are they being sandwiched in here? Oh, between some nonsensical words that have just been sandwiched together in a sentence to seemingly offer some validity to what this guy's barking about. So it's just greasing the skids with the words of science to make this theory sound like it's proven. That's the only reason the word's been used. Sorry, I've got to label that point.
No worries. Next one. Atomism is a theoretical, not scientifically theory. But I don't think we need to deal with that one. But I think,
Did he really say that?
He's making my point for me, right, Neil?
Yep.
I don't think I don't think we need to go over this one, do we?
Well, I wanted to know what causes atoms.
Good question.
That statement is Adam taking apart the nonsensical nature of calling it a theory when you're talking about a convention. It's like, no, it's a theory comes after you've elucidated the cause of an effect you studied in nature. So that's why, just for the audience's benefit, Adam, yes, very funny as an aside joke, but yeah.
I think there may be a little bit more here that I missed. Sorry about this. I'm just looking at this afresh one more time. Atomism is a theoretical. Of course, that doesn't make any sense. The theoretical. Now, we all know that theoretical physics, or the term theoretical, doesn't mean theory, scientific theory. So his comparison is like, it's not a comparison. It's saying a well, duh. It's not, because they're not the same anyway to begin with inherently. Theoretical and theory, even though they sound the same, a theory is based on experiment, whereas theoretical is based on what you make up. So maybe I missed that part. You see what I'm saying, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe I missed. It's still a train wreck, but I failed to catch the theoretical and the theory here. I had bigger fish to fry. We can move on.
What are you saying? You're thinking maybe he was trying to say atomism is theoretical, not a scientific theory.
Well, yeah, what he's saying is materialism is not a scientific theory. So, yeah, we know.
I was going to say, you summed it up at the beginning when you went, well, duh.
Yeah, so it's a nonsense statement. It's meaningless. So, you'll like this one. The actual photographic plate assumes an interaction between a photon and an electron to give you a discrete chunk. This is batshit insane. Not only a pathetic fallacy, his conclusion at the end of it, you need to be institutionalized. Does everyone see that? It's so twisted. This is like Nightmare on Elm Street and Rod Sterling put together.
I'm going to roll in my first witness for Shits at 60s defense. Can you take the stand, please, Mr. Aether photographic plate? Raise your right hand, photographic plate.
I don't even want to systematically destroy the conclusion. I don't want to. It's so stupid. I'm not doing it.
Next.
Yeah. Brian's time. Wits it, shits it. Einstein. Remember, I got this in the context. You can go back and listen to the actual tape that he said this statement right here was actual citation. He said, I provided the citation for you. No, you didn't. If you provide a citation, it must be word for word or noted otherwise. You never say is must have. And the biggest thing out of here is this is the same ether as yours. The biggest issue, and I like I said, I highlighted it. I've known this for quite some time because I've read this numerous times and said, wait a second, he's contradicting himself. That's why I said your ships come in up here, but your piers collapsed because he went ahead and took it, the physicalness away down here at the end. Any comments on this?
This is the base of their problem, isn't it? They've got a framework. John summarized it in satire at the beginning of the show that causes things in the physical realm.
I heard a lot. Go ahead.
I should really point out that that's what leads to the contradiction we're discussing. I should have really put that on the end.
Yep. I heard a lot of silence when we went over this the other day when I tried to point this out. Now, there wasn't science beforehand because you remember the train wreck that went beforehand. But after I said it, there was a lot of silence out there. Yeah. This was a nice one there, Al. So you gave it to him. Ships come in, and then you took their pier away. That's some nice little friggin' linguistic gymnastics. I kind of like that. Unbelievable. Here we go. Shits at 60. Ether is immaterial. It cannot be science. Globe Dumpsters Bob. FED is incapable of understanding the science behind the ether. Have at it.
What can you say about that? It speaks for itself. They're contradicting each other. Get together and decide what it's going to be. Is it scientifically validated or is it not?
Well said, Neil. As emissary, I'm trying to put a response to these things.
What is your official? Hold on. What is your official title?
Emissary to the Aetherians.
Thank you.
And in that role, you know, I am taking it serious. I'm doing my best to understand that, and this is one of the most fundamental disparities between the two. You've got two large exponents of ether theory, Austin and Bob, and they're in massive contradiction with each other on this very fundamental point. And I'd like some clarity on that, guys. If either of you'd like to contact me and state your case as to why you think one is one and why in Bob's case he thinks he can science it and how he's going to do it. I think that's important as my role as emissary to be able to address and who to address, you know.
Well, be prepared. He's going to say, I discussed it with Nathan, and what Bob was trying to say was whatever he said after that. So he was speaking for Bob.
I'm serious, Neil. Oh, wits it. Ether is immaterial. It cannot be scienced. Okay, and then addressed to all of us at Flat Earth Debate. Flat Earth Debate is incapable of understanding the science behind ether. They're in great contradiction to each other. One I'd agree with, and one, you know, I said to earlier, we've armed ourselves with the tools of science to take apart the globe. So to suggest there is science behind the ether, I'm interested in learning what that is.
Okay. I mean, it was presented to me when I went on Globebusters. It was on screen. It said Michelson-Morley experiment.
That's not science. So I'm assuming that was a number of years ago when you were on there that Bob's developed some more scientific understanding in relation to the ether. That either way, I'm not fussed which. But if I was an ether believer, I think I would be very troubled by this juxtaposition of what I assume is two of the most respected Etherians out there.
Especially when it's being supposed that we don't understand it. I mean, obviously, you know, I mean, we'll fine, play ignorant. Okay, we don't understand it. Maybe you'd like to enlighten us on this science that which it says you haven't got because it's immaterial and can't be scienced.
Well, I think what it is that we need translational help to understand this sentence. That's what I got out of it. I mean, this is well beyond me. I don't understand what he just said. Fucking clown. Next, we have this is classic. Just take the spade shovel and proceed to bash yourself in the face. That, like I said, just let them speak. That's all you need to do. They do your work for you. That's what's the whole thing is that. Wits it, shits it, 60. We have an electromagnetic field in the Earth, for example. It is the most prominent, strongest force on the Earth. Obviously, this is wrong. He doesn't he doesn't understand the difference between electromagnetic and magnetic. But this is your house. You're clueless. Somebody explain this to me. I'm not getting it.
I'm not getting the connection with ether. I mean, what if this goes through and pads out the way it's hoped to? What are you going to prove? Electromagnetism? What's that got to do with ether? Oh, right. Yeah, you presuppose it.
No. Electromagnetic field in the Earth. No. There's a magnetic field. The Earth's magnetic field. Not the Earth's electromagnetic field.
You're both correct. There is the differential of magnetism, electromagnetism, which I think is done in the presentation. And then the fact that Smith said, what's that got to do with ether?
Well, that's true. Yes.
But this is
Go ahead.
So it's a bait and switch. They've got a suitcase that says ether on it, and they open it up, and you look inside, and it's empty. And then there's a little kerfuffle behind you, and it's crazy. And then you look back, and they've swapped out the suitcase, and you go, no, it's not empty. It's magnetism in there. You go, oh yeah. Tell me all about it.
I was just trying to point out that he doesn't know the difference between electromagnetic and magnetic. That's all I was trying to point out with this one right here. It's going to come up again. If I'm not mistaken, it comes up again when he train wrecks himself again. I just wanted to point that out. I don't know. This part, right? When he says this part up here, it is the most prominent, strongest force on the Earth. And then when I got down here, I was trying to, go through the mumbo jumbo of him conflating electromagnetism with magnetism, and then trying to apply this statement to his actual claim. And that's when I caught it. Now, could I be mistaken that he's using the standard model of particle physics with the electromagnetic force? It's possible. But I don't know where else he would get this horseshit. But it's up to you guys. Go ahead.
No, it was in there. I'm pretty sure that refracted curvature caught him doing it and started to tell him off. It might have been someone else, though, where you were like, no, you can't use these factors from the opposing worldview. If you're challenging us on having a travel, a journey,
No, I was
Then-
with it.
Was it Witsit?
Yep, he was telling Witsit that.
Yeah, I think you're right, QE.
Your take on this, Adam?
I think for me, in terms of understanding the viewpoint, it's inherent within this Ethereum view that the world is an electromagnetic field. There's this. I don't necessarily think you're using the wrong phrases there. If I'm being honest. They're the phrases they use because I think that's part of this. I may use the words carefully. This belief system. Whether it, yeah. So part of me there is kind of apologetic, if you understand, because it does seem to be part of the belief. If you listen to what Bob's elucidated with his preponderance of evidences over the years on Globebusters, it talks about this electro potential, this ever increasing voltage as we go up. And I think certainly from their viewpoint, this is all one integrated system. So it's not to not point out the disparity between the two, but I think to maybe comprehend that they're viewing this very, very differently. I've not heard them say this, but applying logic, if you've got a magnetic field and an electric field, they're going to combine and summate each other, aren't they? That would seem logical. So I think from their point of view, maybe sometimes they're comporting the two phrases because in their worldview, that's exactly what's happening.
But with electromagnetism, it's already established. Listen, an electromagnet is the same way, except it is temporary. The magnetic field only exists when electric current is flowing. We all know this, right? So if that be true, and then the statement, we have an electromagnetic field on the earth, you're going to have to provide the never-ending perpetual electric current, like I stated here, aren't you? Am I mistaken?
No, you're not mistaken. Unless they take and lift elements of heliocentrism to make that claim, they've got to show the electricity flowing to claim the electromagnetic field that is induced from the electric. So, yeah, you're right.
I totally agree. And like I said, the obvious definitional issue from the beginning, but I do think that point's important because that is, from the best of my understanding, how they're viewing this from a much broader picture. That's what's going off. And I'll stand to be corrected by them, but that's the best I can understand. You can't have these things in play within the whole of reality and not combining. I'm not saying I would therefore assume with the way in which they taught that they're going to summate. So it's not an attack. It's just to say, look, a little apologetics as to why they might be using those two phrases together. But yeah, it's not to compound that that phrase is it, and it's important as a rebuttal. That phrase is my understanding of something they've invented. If you get my point, how they view things, but it doesn't exist out there. It's just an invention within this etheric philosophy.
Fair enough.
It must.
What do you think I'm off base now? The second point, I should have stopped here and made that the first point. Yeah. Do you think that I was off base here with his statement of the strongest, most prominent force? When I said he was getting that from the standard model? Because the magnetic, hold on, because the magnetic, if he's saying the magnetic force is the strongest, well, as a refrigerator magnet is 200 times stronger than the magnetic field. The magnetic field. Now, I realize that he's trying to say electromagnetic. I don't know. It's so convoluted. I'm trying to chase down a friggin' dream. That's what makes it so difficult. I speculated. That's where you'll have to ask him. I'm not gonna ask him. I could really care less. It's fucking inane horseshit. Do we want to move on from this?
Yes.
Y'all love this one. I know you did when he brought it up. I could feel the excitement. It's palpable. Shits at 60. There's a fundamental antecedent consequent relationship that has to be addressed. We never touched the container. I can't bottle the container up. Show me the container. Classic. Thanks for that. And then makes the apparent or silly juxtaposition. To have electromagnetism or anything that propagates something has to sustain the energy. A wave is a movement through the medium. So, and I just tore this to shreds. Anything on this? Or is this well done?
Yeah, I think that's well done.
Did you like his the way he used the and a? The way he conflated these two to make it sound like the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, he's taking apart. I can't make up my mind if he's trying to take apart our claim in regards to the container because he's challenging us when he says, "Show me the container," or if he's using the fact that there is a necessary antecedent consequent relationship, which he agrees with, although that doesn't seem to be the case, to then say, because you can't show me that which must be there, i.e. a container, and I can't also show you that which I claim to be there, that would be ether, the two are comparable, therefore proving that because there's an antecedent consequent relationship with containment and gas pressure, I have an antecedent consequent relationship also.
Is that not science to show that? Previously, you can demonstrate the purpose of the container. Now, you don't have to be able to demonstrate it in the entirety of the thing that you're not able to encompass, but you can show the application of the container. And this is what I think the issue is, that we can't get to any demonstration even, where we can demonstrate the ether, the container in of itself. If we're going to use the gas pressure thing, I can demonstrate a container and how it's applicable to as an antecedent for gas pressure. But and this is what us guys are asking for with regard to ether. Just show us something where the ether is there, where that's the identifiable antecedent.
I don't know how he's comparing that as a necessary antecedent.
Well,
It baffles.
Well, isn't it obvious he got confused which one's the antecedent and which one's the consequent? Isn't that patently obvious?
Touche, that's correct. You pointed that out.
I'm not so worried about the confusion, but the actual principle is from a truth point of view is more important. That just show me the ether. We're not deniers here, but we do ask for evidence. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Correct. Nothing's changed. Validated. And QE, just to defend me and Alwyn, when we hear something like that, it's so freaking frustrating. And we can't help it. We got to blurt something out. We have gas pressure. What the frick do you have?
That's not.
It's used in equivalence. So it's saying, here's a true antecedent consequent relationship. Now, when Adam describes it, he's saying, well, you can show both aspects, both antecedent and consequent. The consequent is the gas pressure. Now, you can show that gas pressure, by all examples, will fill the available containment. So, by example, you can show that consequent with that antecedent and then make the statement in regards to the gas pressure. So, you don't have to show the container, meaning the overarching container that we experience to have gas pressure on Earth. You just have to show the antecedent consequent relationship. Once you've shown the antecedent consequent relationship, you establish it as an antecedent consequent relationship. Now he's taking that and then doing something very different. So if we take, instead of the argument position with the antecedent consequent relationship being described, let's use a different one. So if you say, okay, there's an antecedent consequent relationship between filet mignon and a cow, right? Now, that can be shown to be true. You can show that you can only extract the steak that's on your plate from a cow if you were challenged to do so, to establish the antecedent consequent relationship, as opposed to me putting some fluorescent green goo on your plate, akin to jelly. And I say, that is the flesh of the Nzungu fish. And you go, what? You go, yeah, that there is the consequent. And you go, what are you talking about? You go, look, you've got the proof on your plate. The antecedent is the, whatever word I said a moment ago, Zubugu fish. There's an antecedent consequent relationship. Try and imagine a cow and a filet mignon steak. You can't have the steak without the cow, and you can't have my green goop without this fish I've made up. So therefore, antecedent consequent relationship. When you go, well, no, for me to accept that the green goop has come from a Nzungu fish, I need to actually see that the green goop can only come from the Nzungu fish. Yeah? So you've got to actually have it established as an antecedent consequent relationship. You can do it with gas pressure in a container. You can't do it with electromagnetism and ether. It's just asserted as so. Ipsy Dixit.
Just a simple conflation between he wasn't focusing. You didn't think this one through, did you? Jeez.
He brought up that in the debate last night and went through the whole antecedent thing. But then I don't know what point he was trying to make. I don't know what point he made after. I know the point he was trying to make, but he didn't add on enough afterwards for it to hold in my memory, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, container is an antecedent for gas pressure. Great. That's okay. But how does that translate over? Because we can show containers. And he even admitted that. Yeah, in reality, we have containers, yeah. So we know a container is an antecedent. But how does that translate over into the argument he's trying to make?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. No.
Yeah, that was the point. He thought he figured it out by saying electromagnetism. Yeah, well, you got confused. The electromagnetism, we were looking for the necessary antecedent, you crayon muncher. Clown. This is baller-esque right here. This whole thing. Show me the container. Yeah. Just because we can't show you the container containing the earth doesn't render null the fact that you need a container for gas pressure. Dipshit.
It's back to the steak example, isn't it? So you got your filet mignon on your plate. It's looking delicious. It's making my mouth water just talking about it. And you turn around to the waiter and say, I do not accept that this is filet mignon. And the waiter says, why not? He says, you can't show me the cow this came from.
Yep. You got it. Yep. Yes, sir.
This is the raison d'etre for the luminiferous ether. It is the antecedent, okay, for the belief that light is a wave. If you believe light is a wave, then the necessary antecedent is a medium for it to behave as a wave in.
Yes.
Spot on.
Yeah, he just got
That's the actual antecedent consequent relationship that they have to hold to because of a misapprehension of how light behaves as a wave when it doesn't. Therefore, to have light behave as a wave, which it doesn't, you need it to wave through a medium. Therefore, their antecedent consequent relationship that they must have is medium for light wave. Correct.
Yep. Another one. You guys are going to love this, right? I did. Shit's at 60. Light is just a disturbance in the medium, two entities, that's already there, but not a material medium. That's just semantics. Now there's some points with semantics. I don't want to get to that. Then 10 days later, the wave or light is the medium. So it goes from two separate entities down to one. So he shape-shifted his claim. Simple.
It's also a begging the question fallacy at face value, though, isn't
Oh,
it?
there's
In
many.
both instances.
There's many problems with it, but that was the biggest thing I wanted to show. Go ahead.
Well, it's just a begging the question fallacy.
Say again.
It's a begging the question fallacy.
I said that there's a lot of things wrong with both statements. However, I wanted to show you the shapeshifter that he did. Follow?
Okay. So he's going from a position where you've got two different things, one that's affecting the other, to them essentially being one and the same thing.
Exactly. It's called double speaking. Numpty dip shittery. It's a shapeshifter. All his claims shapeshift. We don't next week, like I said, well, what's like gonna be next week? Don't know. Maybe an orangutan. You could never tell, was the point. Fucking semantics and numpty dipshit. That this one stands on its own as fucking belly laugher. All right, you guys gonna like this one again? Magnetism. I don't know what he was. You guys said, okay, give us the dependent variable. I don't know what context he was putting this thing in because there's no context here. Magnetism is the dependent variable and electric current is the independent variable. Like I said, he doesn't know the difference between electromagnetism and magnetism. The correct statement in the correct context would have been electromagnetism in this spot if he was going to use electric current as the cause. Follow?
Yep.
Yeah. Anything else on this? It's pretty cut and dry. Yeah, I didn't think so. Again, another one. Ether is a proposed logical framework of an energetic background that sustains the electromagnetism. This was really funny because there's a certain part where you had a lot of people getting involved. I think it was Dyslow and another guy. They heard energetic come out of your mouth, and they Jedi mind trick Witsit into thinking that was your claim when he claimed it initially. You guys want to hear that? Hold on.
Why you cue that up? The issue I have from a really is level is what validity do I give to a proposed logical framework? Before I proceed within that, what's it giving me?
What's the photon have to do? I'm asking.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that was it. It was just we know the empirical, the validity. That's the word I'm looking for. Like we get from empiricism, but what validity does a proposed logical framework provide? Before I go into the nuances of said framework.
Yeah, it's a train.
Well, none, but he's also assessing that framework brings forth a certain amount of power or energy, right? So you're asking about what a framework or an idea or a discussion can offer in physical reality. The answer is nothing. But he's making a further claim attached to that, isn't he, Adam?
He is, and that validity comes from, like I say, when people use the term science, whatever they're going to science, whether it's tires, shampoo, or whatever, yeah, the validity comes from that understanding. And I'm just, my point is what does the proposed logical framework provide? Before they see, I do like to look at word salad and at least give it the credibility and take the words. Do they mean something? Well, in this case, within this sentence, like I say, it replaces the word science. Yeah, that's what's happening. Before we get into an energetic background that sustains electromagnetism. So we're saying that this thing, whatever it is, a proposed logical framework, is the thing that's going to validate my supposition of an energetic background that sustains electromagnetism. How does it do that? We know with science, experimentation and the empiricism it brings, how that validates a cause and effect. But my question was, how does a proposed logical framework help me validate that ether is an energetic background that sustains electromagnetism?
It doesn't. A proposed framework could also be reworded as supposition as opposed to proposition. I have a proposition for you. Well, unless you accept the proposition, it's meaningless. But what you're describing is taking what they're describing as a proposition of a framework, a logical framework, and replacing it with, rather than your proposed logical framework, provide us with something actual so that we can put that through a method that provides some actual validity to it. Because a proposed logical framework doesn't do anything. It's got nothing that it can actualize. What is it? It's nothing physical, and they'll disclaim that, but then go on to claim that it's the background of all things.
Right. It's not physical, but it has energy. Like I said, there is no logical framework. He doesn't know what logic means. And you didn't hear any logic, did you? I didn't. And like I was saying, during this exchange right here, he got Shitsit got Jedi mind tricked by his fellow ether believers into talking him out of his claim. You want to hear it?
Yes.
Let's hear it.
What's a photon have to do with it? I'm asking you what ether is.
It's a framework.
Ether is a proposed logical framework of an energetic background that sustains.
That's contradiction in terms. Logical frameworks.
So everyone heard him say that ether is a proposed logical framework of an energetic. See this? He claimed this initially. We'll continue.
Don't have energy, Witsit.
It is a framework of interpretation.
Do you want to address what I've just said?
Energy?
Do you want to ignore what I've just said? Or address it?
What's energy, Nathan?
Sorry, logical frameworks do not have energy.
Right.
What is that?
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know. What's it? It's your claim. So you got Jedi mind tricked by the idiots in the peanut gallery saying, define energy, Nathan. Why? Why should he do that? You claimed it. Continue.
He has no idea. He's telling me what energy is, but he doesn't know what energy is. He's telling me what I can say about energy, but he can't define energy.
So I point out that you're...
Why should he define energy? What's it when it's your claim? You claimed energetic background. What does it have to do with Nathan defining it? You want him to prove your claims? You numpty dipshit. Are they Jedi mind tricking you? Watch this Jedi mind trick.
Convention can't have energy, and he quizzes me about what energy is. Well, you can take that road if you like. Meanwhile, a convention, it's a description of something. I can't have energy.
No, take that road, Nathan. Come on, that's energy.
They don't know.
They don't know. Why should they know? You made the claim, Shitsit. You should be defining energy for us. Continue.
You invoked it. Come on.
No, he didn't. No, Nathan did not invoke it. Idiot Witsit did, with his ether as a proposed logical framework of an energetic background. Nathan didn't propose it. Idiots. Continue.
Hold on a minute.
Say words you don't know what the hell they mean. Is this just a typical thing you do?
How does the ability to do work have to do with a logical framework?
There you go, John. I wasn't going to entertain him, John, with that
does.
nonsense that they've used to straw man away from the question or the declaration of fact. Conventions can't
Who said
have
energy.
Who said energy? What's it? You did. Continue.
Conventions can't do work.
You made a claim about energy.
No, he didn't. You did. Right here. We all heard it. But you got Jedi mind tricked by the idiots in the peanut gallery thinking that Nathan made the claim. You don't even know what you're saying. Continue.
Wow.
But you can't even define what energy is.
No, he didn't. You did.
Ether is a proposed logical framework of an energetic background. An energetic background.
Done. You see, you hear, I just wanted to provide a little substance with that. You're never going to recover from this.
I don't see how he could. Oh my goodness.
All right, we done with this one?
Does he have any ground to back that?
No, he doesn't have a logical framework. Nothing was put in. It's a non sequitur because he's saying logical framework of an energetic background. That's a contradiction in terms. And he doesn't know what electromagnetism is. I think this is.
I know. I was just punning with background.
Yeah. That energy fiasco, I was snickering. Here's a good one. One of my favorites.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I just when I hear energetic background, the question that comes to my mind is, well, if the ether is the background, isn't it energy or anything matter that once it's introduced to the medium, there's a reaction?
Well, no, it's a contradiction because they're stating that ether is immaterial, but it has energy. But energy is not immaterial.
Right. Isn't energy supposed to be like measurable? So if you make a claim of energy, well, you should have like a measure of that.
Correct.
Of some sort.
Correct.
So how is the background an energy? Like even
Hold on. What I need to do is now cause a disturbance.
Yep.
Close that suitcase, talk about ether, and open a different suitcase with magnetism in it, and let's start talking about that.
Yeah, it's just a train wreck on so many levels, and he's busted right there with it. Let's move on. Like I said, one of my favorites, this is classic. Just like with chemistry, they apply atomism, okay? There's an orbital electron, blah, 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 blah. How you like that, Adam?
Is that atom or Adam?
Adam. A-D-A-M. How do you like that, A-D-A-M?
That's the one bit that frustrates me all the time. It's atomism. Atomism. I'll go into it now. Part of the issue I've got is we see these words electrons and stuff, and I say I'm trying to understand their position. But even Tesla, as you'll probably come to, describes these things as physical. They're in the physical world. That's where they exist. They don't exist in the ether. Tesla describes this thing as happening in the real world.
Do you want his exact words?
No, go on.
Particles of primary matter, not further decomposable. Nikola Tesla. Right here.
And lovely. Yeah.
Quick question then, based on Tesla's statement. If it's not further decomposable, how to derive wave function from it?
I don't know.
But fundamentally, particles of primary matter.
Yep.
Not as sometimes is confused with Tesla saying the ether is primary substance. He differentiates the words.
What's the difference? What's the difference, please?
My issue is, well, primary matter being matter that is here is manifest.
Yeah, it's substance. Isn't matter substance?
Yeah.
Okay.
When he talks sometimes of primary substance, he uses it in a term of the ether, which is strange because he also describes the ether as a tenuity beyond comprehension, which if I've got a tenuous membrane, there's a membrane there. It has physicality, and that's what he's saying. This physicality, so minute and infinitely small, it's beyond our comprehension. That appeared to be Tesla's claim. So when we're talking about atomisms, I only see Tesla as an atomist, as particularly in reference to the ether. Now, he does say that all of this is then controlled by all the spiritual things, prana and or stuff like that. So he sets then the spiritual aside again, but in doing so, he does, like I say, for me, with the tenuity beyond comprehension statement, even define the ether as physical, atomistic, if you wish, in a sense.
Yep. I just wanted to get to the point that there's the electrons don't have orbits or orbit. At first, I'd like to say that this comment about chemistry, I don't know what led you to say the rest of this statement. I have no idea. You just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Again, I appreciate that, by the way. I almost pissed myself laughing. Electrons don't have orbitals and do not orbit anything. Like I said, that was crushed in 1925, right? Provides the citations down here. Everyone's known this for a long time. Heisenberg crushed it with matrix mechanics. So, like I said, I did go into, because I think you got this claim from, and I'm just speculating, from Tesla, because he said the same thing as you did. Tesla, the idea of the atom being formed of electrons and protons which go whirling round each other like a miniature sun and planets is an invention of the imagination, has no relation to nature, real nature of matter. I gave him a pass for I thought was good reason, but it doesn't take away from the point. You got it from a 5-second wiki search. I can't comment. Like I said, I took this away from him based on time and the travel of information, because it could have been really, really slow back then, and he couldn't have been privy to matrix mechanics. Was that fair? You think that's fair?
Yeah, based on what you gave as disclaimers at the time, which is, how fast does information travel back then? Not very.
Yeah. So I thought that was fair that I took it away from him. So I just used the example as your train wreck orbital electron horseshit, which you probably got from him. One only knows. Or you had to get it from somewhere, because a lot of people, like I said, high school textbooks and put this crap in here. Basically from people that don't take chemistry. That's what they do it for. Because you tell this to anybody with a degree in chemistry, they're going to laugh their ass off at you.
To be fair, Nathan's quizzed me on this, and I've made the same disclaimer. I wish I'd have had those sources. It would have been helpful. I have to wing it, but yeah, it's just a concept.
Well, it's erroneous concept. There's many reasons why I'm not going to. Even if I stated,
let me just validate that. It's a real useful concept when you're teaching the principles of valency. Teaching the principles of valency, not trying to describe the structure of an atom.
I got you. Yeah, but then it's taken too far. I would say I don't agree with that. I was never taught. I have a degree in chemistry, by the way. I was never taught this. I've never heard this orbits before. So I was clueless when I first ran into it in the literature. I said, what? Wait a second. Right?
You went in at a higher level, didn't you? You just slotted in at what we class post A level, like semi-undergrad, isn't it? You've gone straight in. You've not.
Sorry, I just got interrupted. Would you say that again?
Are you saying that you didn't have this orbits, basic stuff?
No. In fact, right when all my dreams were collapsing in organic chemistry, my first class in the stadium seating was SP, D, and F orbitals. Now, he did say orbitals, and then he said, hold on, and then he stated, that's the first time I heard it. That was year 1, 2, 3, I think it was year 3. And then stated they're not orbits.
Right, exactly. So that is my point. Yeah, you went in at a much higher level instantly. So you went at 1s2. Oh, can see if I can remember. 1s2, 2s2.
Oh God.
2p6, 3s2.
Let me just say this. Let me just say
But
this. Hold
that's
on.
the point.
Hold on. Let me just say this. After that class, I went outside of that class, outside of the building, and was absolutely crushed, questioning my very being. After 3.5 years at university, that lecture crushed me. By the way, I just wanted to add that. Go on.
Well, that was my point that you proved, to be fair, that you weren't given that first level of early brainwashing. And as I've said on Flat Earth Debate, you then go from high school level to college level, and everything you learn about orbits, electrons, like I say, which were useful for valency, it's nonsense. They don't orbit like we think of the heliocentric system as. It's one of the first lessons of A-level chemistry, as they then take you into SPs, Ds, orbitals.
It's poor phrasing, and at least the professor I had, he noticed it right away. When I can remember the look on his face when he said it. That whole day, it was a nightmare for me. But getting back to the point, like I said, I took this away from him, from Tesla.
That's the bit I liked that I didn't know from the presentation, because there's a bit of posthumous stuff where when he's talking about electrons being discrete bits and bobs, he claims it posthumously before the development of the theory of the electron.
Yeah.
I was saying this anyway, he says.
Yeah.
But what's interesting here is this thing that would be given to Tesla as a validity for him. Look, he's always questioned stuff. He's a pioneer in thinking.
Sure.
What this presentation showed me is that was current thinking already. That wasn't his pioneering bit with regards to the electron being a physical entity,
correct,
which isn't useful in Ethereum thinking. This was just a hijacking of well-known theory.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
That's the point that Kiwi's making. He's saying that when Witzit puts that to us as an argument, it's even Tesla's here saying that this is a common understanding. He's attacking the orbital motions and saying, oh, that's obviously not right. And you're like, yeah, but how long ago is that? So obviously this is commonly understood to not be the case. So for you to throw it at us like it's an argument that we should have to defend is outrageous.
This was from 17 May of 1931. And like I said, the orbital crap was crushed in 1925 by Heisenberg. Matrix mechanics. That has a deeper story too, but we're not going to get into that. It's outside the scope. Okay, I think we beat that one to death. Okay, here we go. The wave light. The wave is the medium. So, like I said, back to my original presentation where I said they had a conundrum. And I could go on for some time with this, but this really killed it. Right? But the point was that he changed his story, right? To now light being the medium from the ether being the medium. That was the whole point. And then, which was absolutely, I couldn't believe this. Well, I shouldn't say that because this came late. And so I could believe anything that he just shits out. There's non-visible light spectrum of light. Or there's a non-visible spectrum of light. Of course, everyone knows that. In the discussion that you were having, he was reduced to stating that light is the actual medium, which contradicts everything, the previous 3 hours of his claims, right? But it's really like batshit insane that you would claim that light is the medium for itself. The law of identity violation right off the bat, right? But the change, I'm into the change of story more than the underlying substance, but the underlying substance is a friggin' dumpster fire. Like I said, you're claiming visible light is carried through a medium of ultraviolet rays, because that's non-visible light, X-rays, gamma rays. So that being that, so what medium carries X-rays? Visible light or gamma rays? It's you go into this, it's nonsense. It's, what did you call it? Waffling of nonsense? I think that's what you called it. Anything here? I think
I last night, you might hear a little bit of background noise. Last night when I was on the debate with him, he kind of alluded to light and ether being the same thing. And I actually at one point said, towards the end, I said, it's like they're kind of changing like the description we have that we call light and just changing it to a different word. Because that's what it seemed like to me. Now, he can correct me on that if he listens to this, but that's what I got from it. That he was just changing the word light and replacing it with the word ether. Because that's what it seemed like to me. The two were the same thing from what he was claiming.
That's what he claimed here, but
yeah, he can correct me on that.
That's what he claimed here, but what he claimed for the previous 3.5 hours was that they were different. There were two entities, and one needed the other for the antecedent consequent relationship. Antecedent consequent, two things, two. Unbelievable. Here's another one. Shit's at 60. We have things that go 3 times the speed of light. 1 minute later, there's no such thing as the speed of light. Like I said, I don't really need to say anything here, do I? Any comment on this?
Yeah, I was looking into that 3 times C claim. Stefan sent me the video that relates to it. It's not that. It's not that you send something 3 times the speed of light. It's the fact that electricity dissipates through water with combined frequencies 3 times faster than expected, compared to its supposed speed of light transmission, as it should be through water.
So you're going after the substance of the claim rather than the direct contradiction, right?
I like, as we're showing here, sometimes people misspeak and don't get the words out right. So when there is a claim like that, it's interesting to know what it is. I would suggest that from the video I watched, which relates to that claim, that's being used out of context, as I explained.
So you're giving us a misdemeanor, but the felony still stands?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. did no, I'm not even gonna go there. All right, next. So you guys are gonna love this because he did this. I took it on personally, but he claimed this to everyone on the panel. Shit's at 60. You're dictating what other flat earthers are allowed to say. Comment?
No, we're ripping apart claims that anybody presents to us on Flat Earth Debate, like we do day in, day out. Present your claim, and we'll look at it, pull it apart.
I'd like to make that disclaimer because, you know, I have been talking to Witsit and stuff, and none of this is a personal attack. Hopefully, if you listen back to any of my words, none of them are. Might have a giggle now and again because I'm confused, but genuinely, I'm interested in this. Like I've always said, that you were part of the old school crew, and for this side of the community to be so adamant about something, that says it's worth listening to, and I'm doing my best. It's hard work, if I'm being honest, just to get a straight answer. I'm doing my best to interpret what I'm hearing. So if I am incorrect in any assertions I make, please correct me. But this is not done in any malice. That's my point. I've got no desire to go out there and attack someone for no reason. These are things that need dealing with within our supposed community, because there's a disparity at many levels. Us and the Etherians. Within the Etherians, we've said, is it science? Is it isn't not science? There's argument there. So we should be grown up enough to be able to deal with these issues. And respect to Witsit, because he's the only one with any nuts to stand up and stick his neck out there and make these statements. So, yeah, I'm done.
Thanks. Shit's at 60. See, this is a classic one. This got everyone off kilter because they didn't know how to deal with it, understandably, but it's a train wreck dumpster fire on its face. So, shit's it by innuendo. Does consciousness and the creator exist? Yeah. Like your little innuendo right here. Why don't you just come out and say what you're going to say? I already dealt with it right here. In spades. This is worse. This is so stupid. A clumsy child could come up with a better argument than this. 160. I just took this back out to the woodshed and just beat it senseless. Because it's stupid. Anything on this?
Yeah. This is the crux of the argument for me.
Go ahead, Nathan.
No, Adam said this is the crux of the argument for me. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
So why do I object to being classified as an atomist? These sorts of things, and this is where the ether sits for me. Are we trying to quantum define what consciousness is and how it interacts, or how does the creator allows the manifestation of things and how they work? The science of these things, which appears to be their aim, is to understand the science of these things. And this is where I think I spoke before. I accept my limitations. Yeah, I accept this. There's so many other things, like how high is the containment? How far are the lands that we've yet to find out, that before we head on these much bigger questions, which, being humble, may involve an etheric substance. Yeah, I can't rule it out, but I would suggest that etheric substance sits in the very substance of creation. And with a little humility, there are things we can know, and should pursue. And there are things with our intelligence and applied knowledge. And the more we learn, I think we learn the parameters of where it's futile to try and step.
Damn, you start waxing philosophical. I'm only trying to deal with the actual argument.
Well, like I say, this is what I think is from a philosophical point of view, is what's trying to be discovered.
Yeah, but his
Genuine.
fallacious false analogy innuendo is a train wreck on his face.
He's the emissary.
Not Adam. This is a train wreck. It's right up on screen. You can see it.
I think I hear the problem here between you and Adam. We've got Adam saying, I'm trying to be humble. I'm not ruling things out. I want to explore this stuff. And QE is saying, this stuff that you do want to know about, and we are talking about and looking at, is riddled with contradictions. Now, I can't remember who it was on the debate recently that said, if you've got a good argument, it's worth having it scrutinized and people trying to pull it apart, because the end result of that is it gets strengthened. So that's what we're doing. So if you want to look at it in a positive light, as Adam's trying to spin it in that way, then say, we are just trying to strengthen the ether argument. So if we're looking at it and saying, here's how the ether argument's being presented to us internally, and here's the problems that we have found with the way it's been presented. They are this endless string of contradictions. That's the problem. So if you want to convince other people, maybe not us, maybe it matters not. Maybe we're just adjudicators of the information dissemination as opposed to whether or not it's valid, just the formatting. Just look at us as clerks. We're just looking at what you present and how you present it and going, this makes no sense. Why? Well, because on the one hand, you say it's A, and then 10 days later, you say, oh, absolutely not A. That's definitely not my claim. Well, that's not helping you if you want anybody to believe in ether.
That's an interesting angle. And you're correct. You would put your arguments out there so they could be destroyed. That's what, yeah, I've done that before. I do
Brian
it myself.
did it yesterday. After a lot of refinement, Brian's put out an argument yesterday. He stuck his neck out, more power to him, and he's opened himself up to the critique of the community. I like using this word in this context. So both flat earthers and anti-flat earthers and heretics of the globe and globe believers have all been offered it within this little community that we all reside to critique what Brian has presented. Now, if it gets critiqued, Brian's seeking this critique, by the way. He will thank them and has done already in comments when they've offered the minor critiques that they have, because that's what it's inviting. Now, what we're seeing is doublespeak contradictions that have been presented to us proactively by these people that we are merely pulling apart for their contradictions. Now, that should strengthen your arguments. That's what it should do if they're good.
Yep. This is very important right here. I'll wait a second until you guys catch up on YouTube.
Don't wait. We've been here for 3.5 hours covering it.
Yeah, but this lies a little bit outside. This has deeper ramifications. Shit's at 60. He thinks he's winning. And then with that little condescending laugh you got there. You ain't laughing now, are you? Yeah, he thinks he's winning.
Your point was much better made the first time around.
Was it?
Which is, in the presentation, you made it clear that this isn't about winning or losing. I didn't walk away from the discussion with Witsit thinking, yay, I'm a winner. And the same applies to the discussions with the globe believers. Frankly, I don't give them much of a second thought after the debate's over. You know, it's my job to go through this information as it's presented during the live show. But after the fact, I'm not thinking about it at all. Whereas this notion that it's a win or lose situation, no, getting to the nub of the information, getting the information concise. Like I say, with Brian and his presentation yesterday, that's taken place behind the scenes to not embarrass other flat earthers, as opposed to spewing it out proactively when it's nothing but contradiction.
Chocolate, are you there? This, as Nathan alludes to, probably 2 hours ago, is exactly what, just to quote Peter Griffin, grinds my gears. We're dealing with baller mentality again. When we come up against this, I've tried to say, I'm happy to get to the truth. I'm happy to engage in this because I want to progress. But to think things like this about, he thinks he's winning, as if some little debate, Nathan, between you and Witsit is going to decide anybody's view on reality. You know, that's a baller mentality to me. And
I was going to say
that's what's disappointing.
It's like a little shine of megalomania, basically.
Yeah, this goes far deeper. It's not only this statement. You've heard the ones before, victory laps, and I just need this statement right here. That's all I need. We know where your mentality is. You've personalized it. You've adopted this as part of your being. Your train wreck contradictory arguments, and you're treating it as a dick measuring contest, which you failed miserably at, by the way.
The one that annoys me the most is when he says, no one can debate me.
Oh, Jesus.
That's Papa.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll bring out Helen Keller. She'll put you down. So it doesn't have anything to do with that. We're trying to find what the truth is. If you got the truth, go ahead and present it. Right? If it clobbers one of the things we think are true, that just makes us all the better for it. This is a joke. This statement is a joke. And it's the poster child of who and what you are. This one, I'll tell you what, I got pretty fucking irritated. Pretty fucking irritated over this. Just laughed at your contradictory friggin' slalom that you went through for 4 hours. Unbelievable. They might have some empathy. I do not. It's fucking embarrassing. Well, you won't be embarrassing anymore, right? You're going to whistle past that graveyard. Anything else here?
I would just like to state that it doesn't matter who put out the presentation yesterday, whether it was me or anyone else. They are not going to watch that. And if they do, at any point, they won't ever reference us for doing it. They're more focused on trying to prove a spiritual belief than sticking to what we can definitely show and prove. And it's not helping the situation we're in.
Well, he thinks he's winning. Unbelievable. Well, this is the summary. Like I said, you can whistle past the graveyard all you want, pretend it didn't happen. I really don't care at this point. Right? So all I'm hoping for in my hope chest, as you continue to spew your contradictory horseshit, is that your underlings mindlessly parrot your claims like they did over the past week and just got annihilated. Their arguments got annihilated. So that's all I can hope for. Maybe you'll get it someday when you grow the fuck up. And I'm not educating on this anymore. Find out for your fucking self. Go pick at these people. I want to see it. Send me the video. Conclusions, that's about it.
Not to contradict what you've just said, but I don't encourage people to go out and pick at this stuff. I've been completely reactive to this. Unlike 4 years ago, I proactively approached Globebusters because, well, for all the reasons we've gone through, it was the same exact thing. But in this instance, that did me no favors. Proactively going out and saying, no, what you're doing is you're utilizing the magic trick that we've all been, fell victim to by Globe proponents. And now here we are doing the same thing, claiming this is science, right? Proactively, it didn't do me any favors. Well, all the damage was done, and now this is different. This is reactive. Well, that means that people are going out and disseminating this embarrassing nonsense proactively on various different platforms because they think that represents flat Earth. That's something that needs to proactively go out and be pushed. It's like, okay, well, when it eventually spills over to us, we're just going to look at it like we do anything else and pull it apart based on its merits or lack thereof. So, if you're one of the Ether believers that are hearing this going, it's outrageous that these guys are just attacking people's beliefs. How dare they tell people what they should or shouldn't think? We're not doing that. Do what you like. But when you come to us with it, don't cry because we pull it apart for its nonsense contradictions.
You can go with everyone's conclusion and remarks, Nathan, if you want. You take charge and then take us home.
Has anybody got any final remarks in this regard? Everyone's been reasonably quiet. A few people have dropped.
But before you do, I'd just like to apologize to Nathan personally because I was a little bit high-strung, as we would say, because I had technical serious...
Stop it. Right, Kiwi was a bit stressed with technical issues at the beginning of the show, and he got a bit short with me. I couldn't give a crap. So stop apologising. Moreover, Win, we'll start with you. Have you got any end comments in regards to Aether? Because this is going to be the roundup of roundups, because I'm hoping this will not surface for, hopefully, let's be optimistic, 6 months.
Yeah, sure. What's Aether?
Someone in the chat during the presentation asked me, what is the actual crux of this argument? My response, what is Aether? His response, so the argument is, what is Aether, Nathan? Question mark. My response, yes.
Okay. Right. So that they don't know. I mean, Aether has become this amazing collection of weird little trinket elements that have been bumped into in exploration journeys within the physics community and within just screwing around with equipment. It's fascinating and all that, but there's no actual cohesion except, well, for what you eventually roll into, that it is the non-manifested thing that has to be there because things manifest. And this is a pure myth. I mean, you could never verify this physically, and yeah, there's no point to even like conjuring this. Like, what's the point of this? What kind of productive thing do you get out of even conjuring this overarching structure, right? Why do you need to have a structurized view on that which is not manifested? It is effectively pointless in the end, and just a distraction.
I like how you put quite some distance between the subtle jab, which was basically you saying that they're dweebs playing with parlor tricks right at the beginning, but then you lengthened the rest of it enough to distance yourself from that very subtle jab. And so I thought I'd highlight it at the end for you there, Arwin.
Yeah, thanks for ruining that for me. No.
Adam, have you got any comments?
I suppose I wouldn't highlight it. The question is, what is ether? And I'm in it. In the past couple of weeks, it's become clear that it's, like I said, it's a movable feast. It's all things to all men in different situations. Appears to be a bit gravity in that sense. It's a solution to problems, despite its contradictions from what we have learned. So my only question really moving forward is, you've took criticism in terms of how do we do, well, all we can deal with is what's put in front of us, and we'll try and do so. We've not been in other people's chat shouting ether's a load of nonsense, it doesn't make sense. But when it's brought to us, it's like I say, it's been examined and it's not respectfully held up to scrutiny. And that's been more difficult with ether than other topics because of, I said, what is ether? People, it as shown tonight, it chops and changes its own definitions from the same individual. Never mind the different stories you get from different individuals. So I just hope it gets firmed up, move forward, and there is something for us to deal with. And if there is an argument out there, like we've done in the past, let's strengthen it through critical analysis. Something that I never thought would be a dirty word, but appears to be now, which is sad because there's still a lot we don't know. I'm done.
I'd like, before you go
Neil?
on, Nathan, to the rest of the people, sorry about that, guys. I haven't been watching the super chats. Obviously, I've been involved in the presentation. So to Rich P, Face Reality, Higher Score, Theo Megawordy, James just, James. Yeah, John, chill out. Wasn't I chill? I thought I was. Thanks a lot, James. I appreciate that, man. And he says cheer to all the guys. Cheers to all the guys on the panel. So it's good to see you again, James.
Thank
Go ahead, Nathan.
Neil, have you got any final remarks? We'll come to Chocolate and Brian last.
Yeah, I'm just glad that this came to a swift end. No recovery. You hear nonsense like, oh, you're Nathan's yes man. Yeah, because he's right. Oh, you just listen to what QE says. Yes, because he's right. I fell into the same nonsense when I first got into Flat Earth with the Mickelson-Morley nonsense. So I came here and I got a little educated, which I don't understand how you can go back once you've been educated on certain things. It don't make sense to me. It's deliberate. I'm glad he's been exposed. He's a fast-talking, double-speaking, lying little bitch, and I'm done. You'll never hear the word ether from me again. Thank you.
Chocolate, you got any last remarks?
So I would just say I agree with Adam. Like, first of all, I don't like the fact that this has become some sort of a war, right? Like, I'm personally not like loving that shit because this is somebody I have respect. I have respect for.
So did
You
I,
know?
Chocolate. Sorry.
You know what I mean? Like, I consider this dude fam. So to be here on this side, being considered, you know, whatever it is that y'all considering us, it's a little weird, right? And my shit is, if this was something validatable, don't you think we'd be all over it? Like, don't you think we want to know the truth, bro? Like, I mean, we've been how we are for years. Nothing's changed. But now it's like that we're at this war, and now things that like we've on the same side have said to Globers now is being said to us. And to me, that's crazy, right? Show me the container, bro. You know how many times Globers have said that, and you're gonna turn around and use that on us? Like, that's just weird. And I I don't agree with it. Whatever. I'm cool with the conversation. I'm not really cool with the going to war shit over it, especially because you yourself will say it's not validatable. It's we're talking about something immaterial that has no validation, right? We're gonna look to other things to get that validation. Cool, we could talk about that. But to me, and I understand a lot of people want to move on from the conversation of this enemy that we actually have out there already, which is this narrative that people still think we live on a freaking ball, right? So I that's been destroyed already, but the narrative is still out there. And to me, that's the enemy. And I'm I don't want to go to war about something that's not validatable scientifically, even though others on your side might say it is. If it is, fantastic. Let's do it. You know what I'm saying? That would be awesome. I would love to know. I'm like Adam. I'm curious. But until then, like, I guess it is what it is, you know? And it does kind of suck that it's reached this point, but, you know, I don't know. I'm done.
Well, this is drawing a close to what has been I don't know, at least a 3, maybe 4 week actual discussion about it, with murmurings leading up to it, making it even longer. But this is kind of us closing the doors on this discussion for whatever period till it has to be reacted to again. But there is a man of the moment. On the day the Queen died, Brian released his information, which, if it all goes tits up and is heavily critiqued, will be Brian's proof C that failed. But for now, it's all of our proof, you know, while it's in the limelight. But yeah, last but by no means least, Brian, any comments?
Yeah, first of all, it won't fail because it can't. End of story. The globe
Nice.
doesn't have enough surface area. And secondly, yeah, I think this is a pivotal moment in this whole debate, because there was a pivotal moment 4 years ago when you said on Globebusters, you laid it out that the likes of interferometry is technology, not science. You were pointing out that there was no natural phenomenon. And now we're at another pivotal moment where, and it's a very much a pivotal moment for Austin, because Austin chose a side. Now, I know he had an interest in all this prior to meeting Bob, and prior to Globebusters, and prior to meeting QE and everyone else. But it gets to a point when you have to go, I can't validate any of this. I can't even claim I can validate it. So what good is it doing? What's the point of it? I mean, if I'm using a pre-assumption to find, if I'm starting with a pre-assumption to find out the cause of mysteries in our world, electricity and magnetism, just the base cause of these things, as opposed to the two of them causing each other, then I'm starting with faulty logic. And that's why I asked them the question I asked them. do you want to find out the cause of magnetism and electricity, or do you want to prove the ether? And he didn't give me a yes or no on any of them with his answer, because he's torn between what he wants to do. So he's trying to support this thing that is not helping him to find out the cause of what he wants to find out. Because if he finds out the cause of these things, if he looks into it, finds out the cause of these things, and it turns out to be what he thought it was before, which was this ether, then great. But if you start with this pre-assumption and you cause a big uproar, well, not, so I won't say cause an uproar, because boy, it causes an uproar, and it's a pre-assumption of something that is not validatable or experienceable in our 3D world, then what's the point of it? What's the point in making such a big deal of it? What, you know, no one's telling anyone what they should think. No one's telling anyone they have to think this and they can't think that. Nobody's telling anyone that. But if you're going to be making statements that allude to the thing that you presume is causing something, bit by bit by bit, those statements will end up becoming people making statements of fact, which has already happened, where we have other people like Lieu and other people making statements of fact concerning the ether. And it's only a matter of time before there's more people making those statements of fact. But that it's not fact. That's our point. If it is fact or can be proven to be fact, then prove it to be fact. But if you can't make a statement of it as being fact. Now, with this at present, I can only go by last night. He's not claiming it last night as a statement of fact that ether causes these things. That's his belief. But there's other people claiming it as a statement of fact, and there's all these different versions of ether, and there's going to be more people claiming it as a statement of fact, and it becomes a virus. And that's the problem we have. We're after just trying to get away from that stuff, and now we have our own people deciding to promote something or to allude to something that they can't validate as fact, but you're going to have people stating it's a fact, and that's the problem I see. Finished.
Well, I'll round out. I will thank everybody who's come and thank the audience and such, QE, in just a second, but I will give my final comments as well and ask you if you've got any after everyone's made theirs.
I do not. I do not. Take us home.
Perfect. Well, I'll just give my final thoughts before I do exactly that. So you're absolutely right, Brian, because in the last 7 years since doing this, me personally, and I'm sure I speak for a fair few other people in this regard, I'm very, very hesitant about making positive claims about anything. Like, that caution level has gone through the roof since coming across this subject. So the apprehension that I sort of feel when it comes to, no, I've got to actually make a positive claim in this regard, was dashed 3 or 4 years in when QE came on the scene and pointed out that, well, unless you're actually making a positive claim about something, you've got nothing to defend. So then you get into a habit, a routine of taking apart other people's positive claims without necessarily making any. And when I went on Globebusters, that's kind of the routine I was in. I was like, I'm discovering the magic trick that we've been deceived by, the use of the word magic, science as a magic trick to grease the skids of just so stories. And I wanted to disseminate that information to them, to help them. Now, albeit with them falling victim to utilization of the same magic trick, we, on our side, what we now call Flat Earth Debate, weren't really making any positive claims, just pulling apart globe rhetoric and showing where it doesn't make sense, like we're doing now with Witsit, which is why all of the comparisons from all the panel members have come in terms of this is just like what we do with ballers, but we're having to do it with our own kin, so to speak. It just seems wrong. But it doesn't change that that's what we do. But I want to lead that into my final point, which is to say that that is happening at the moment. We are putting out positive claims. Brian put one out yesterday. Now, they've been put out to pasture for critique, which we invite. Now, we're not going to condemn people when they come and critique it. We're going to go through it like we've done with every single thing since Isle of Man. That's how we do things. So we're going to put out this positive claim, as Brian has done, on behalf of everybody who's put input, not really me, and see what happens with it, see how it gets critiqued. And as it gets critiqued, it will strengthen. But
when we see our own community putting out positive claims where we're really apprehensive and cautious and tentative and thorough and vigilant, and we see people throwing out spurious nonsense that's contradictory, that's where there's a problem. We want to make a good representation of what flat Earth is if we're going to call ourselves a community and associate ourselves as one without any distinguishment between us and anti-flat earthers / globe heretics. We just want to, what's the word? Keep our house clean. That's what this is. We're all in the same house and we're keeping it clean. So with that, I'll say first and foremost a thank you to the people who've since dropped. So I think that was Eli and John, and there might have been a couple of others who I've missed, but thank you to you for joining us, along with Brian's Logic, Chocolate Saying, Neil, the Adam Meakin, Arwin, and of course our illustrious host, John. That'll be Quantum Eraser. So also a massive thank you to all of you in the live audience. I don't know, actually, while I'm doing this right now, are we going to have 4 more hours?
Doesn't look like it.
Let's do it.
I think we should do 4 more hours. Should we go through the presentation again?
I don't have
like Discord to invite their opinion on every single point. What do you think?
I
4
don't
more
have
hours?
I don't have a problem with it.
I'd like to know what Baldwin would made of the whole presentation.
And with that, I'm going to say another massive thank you to all of you who tuned in live, smashed the super chat, joined as a QE channel member, smashed his PayPal link, and we will see you all.
I never get a fair shot, do I?
We will see you all in the next Ballbusters.